the MODUS Super Series, brought to you in association with Bet365, Betfair, Betfred, Coral, Ladbrokes, Paddy Power, Unibet and William Hill.
Good morning and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series for the second day of action here in Group A. At this point, it is Colin Osborne who leads the way in the Group A table, but 3 players currently on 8 points at the third of the way through the action. Chris Mason alongside me. Mace, we'll start with Colin Osborne. He was so consistent throughout yesterday's play, wasn't he? Do you see him maintaining that? Because so very infrequently does he drop below that.
Yeah, he averaged just over 87 for the day, but it was interesting when you spoke to him at the end of the play yesterday, and he said, I could easily as lose 4-1 today. I think he understands the fragility of the Super Series and how tough it is to maintain a winning record, but traditionally, Tuesday is moving day, so I expect some movers and some shakers.
We certainly do, and that's not just him in the commentary box. Before we tuck into today's action, then, here's Henry with the highlights.
Dan Reed was the only player to hit a maximum in every single game yesterday, but it was missed doubles that came back to plague him in the end, winning just 1 of his 5 matches. Gavin Carlin was consistent, but he just couldn't quite get the points on the board. He'll be looking for a push on day 2. As for Nathan Girvin, he had moments of quality like this 1-3-6. He'll be looking for a bit more consistency on moving day. Jelle Klaasen was one of the class players, one of 3 players at the top on 8 points, courtesy of finishes like that 1-5-8. Arron Monk was a last-minute call-up, and he provided some showbiz moments, including this bullseye 5 bullseye to beat Nathan Girvan. But it is Colin Osborne, the man at the top on legs difference, thanks to moments like this 1-16 against Jelle Klaasen.
Yeah, Jelle Klaasen with the highest finish of yesterday's action. But Henry just mentioned it there in the highlights. Dan Reed, his scoring most certainly wasn't the issue for him. Just 20% checkout success, though, over the course of yesterday. That needs to improve regardless of what he does in the scoring phase.
Yeah, he had a very similar average to the man on top of the table in Colin Osborne. He averaged 87 himself for the day. He had 59 darts at a double, but only a 20% strike rate. Will he have a day like that again today? I doubt it very much. If he gets his finishing on with his scoring, he could well be the one that makes the big move today, as could Nathan Girvin. I mean, he averaged 10 points less than his seasonal average for the whole entire year. He was down averaging 80. You just don't expect that from him.
Yeah, we can have a look at the league table now. And I was going to ask you about Nathan Girvin. He's currently bottom of the league standings, but he's someone you know incredibly well. And the one thing that I did find very impressive yesterday was, despite the game not going his way, his head didn't drop. He didn't start berating himself out there, and he was trying to make things happen. Is that something you've perhaps spoken to him about?
Yeah, I think it's something he's conscious of. If you give too much away to your opponent, they will feed off of it. So he remained very stoic yesterday and just tried to get on with the job. But as we know in this sport, it's a game of fine margins, and he just had a bad day, and that's just the way it is. And he could come back today, like I say. You know, I think he needs to win 4 out of 5 really, and then he'll be in the mix tomorrow, because there's a big gap already of 6 points. I potentially could see Dan Reed having a really big day today. I thought he played, apart from the finishing yesterday, I thought his scoring was very good. At least 180 in each of his matches. And like I say, just tidy up on those doubles and anything can happen. But it's an outside shot. I could see those top 3 literally just pulling away from the rest of the field today. But the beauty of this coming in on Group A, you've got Group B or Group C.
Indeed, and we're going to take a little look at the stats from yesterday, from someone in Nathan Girvin who didn't give much away yesterday, to Arron Monk, who probably gives everything away when he's up on that stage. Obviously, the 89.13 running average, but that was certainly helped with that 102 that he had in the day. He really did produce some great things, but maybe after that 102, tailed off slightly in that department.
Yeah, I think the fact that he was a last-minute call-up probably did Arron a lot of good. Didn't have too much dwell time. Didn't have enough time to think about what was going on. I'm not sure of how much he practiced coming into this, or whether he'd been playing league darts or a little bit of tournament darts. But 89.13 for the day is put down a little bit of a marker. And as you can see, all those players around the 86, 87, there's only a couple of players really adrift of that, and that's Gavin and Nathan, and hence why they're at the wrong end of the table. 3 players on 8 points, 3 players on 2 points. It's nicely balanced at the top, but the boys have got plenty to do down at the bottom.
Yeah, they certainly do. And first up, we have got Gav Carlin against Dan Reed. Now, this match yesterday, it probably wasn't the highest quality encounter that we saw over the course of the day, but Dan Reed just kind of flicked that switch halfway through, didn't he? That was very impressive from him after the day that he'd had.
Yeah, and it was the final match of the session when you think a bit of fatigue and the disappointment of not having a great day, but again, you know, the integrity of the players is always impressive here. You know, they could have both gone, well, I've had a terrible day, I can't be bothered. Or maybe that's just me. But yeah, you know, they both got levels that we just saw glimpses of, and hopefully today, I've had a day to settle in, and I think we'll see some much better darts today.
Yeah, we actually know that's not the case with you, because you just start the day poorly and then improve from there. So it's just the start of the day for you.
Yeah, match one, I'm not on my best in match one. I think I made a habit of losing that all week, didn't I?
Who do you think is going to be at their best in game one today?
I like the look of Dan Reed.
There we go. Let's see if this man is correct. He's going to sprint down to the commentary box to join Henry.
Good morning, Abby. Good morning, everyone. Welcome along to Tuesday here at the MODUS Super Series, which means one thing. It is moving day here in Group A. And the 2 players on show in our opening encounter of the morning will need to make some big moves on the middle day's worth of action. Gavin Carlin, the 37-year-old from Derry, who made the last 64 UK Open in 2019, finds himself on 2 points. One of 3 players to do so, Dan Reed being one of the others, and Nathan Girvan being the 3rd man on that mark. But both players know that they need to pick up points quickly early on today to keep themselves in the race for top place and the first spot through to Saturday night's finals here at the Super Series. You expect both of these players to up the levels from what they produced yesterday. I wonder what Tuesday is going to bring. Charlie Courtefine is our referee for all the action today. His final day before we give him a well-earned rest. Marco Meyer will be in for the rest of the week. And Chris Mason has made that sprint down from the balcony to the commentary box. Morning, Mace.
Good morning, pal. Yeah, I think I agree with you. And you coined Tuesday moving day. And I think we'll see a move from this man today. I don't think he played particularly badly in the scoring phase. But as we've mentioned before, missing doubles is as infectious as hitting them. And once you start, and then you sort of feel yourself 100. Getting cut adrift at the foot of the table, it's very, very hard to just put that to the back of the mind and switch off. But he has to do it today.
Well, we had a look at the stats this morning, and Dan Reed's average for the day was 87.12. When you twin that with the fact that his checkout percentage was just around 20%, you're probably looking at a scoring average around about 94, something around that region.
Yeah, most definitely been mid-90s. I mean, if he'd have been twice as good on the doubles and average sort of 40%, which is well within him, we've seen him do that before, the average would be mid-90s, which is, you know, if anybody can get up round, you know, above 90, mid-90s, they'll dominate.
81.
Really, this opening match is
60.
You see a lot of players get bogged down with it and put too much emphasis on it. And as you've said many times, this is a marathon. It doesn't, you know, I lost my first
140. Gavin, you require 120.
And you just, oh, well, and you've got to have a different mindset. It's not knockout darts. That doesn't happen until Saturday night.
68. Dan, you require 36.
Well, it's Dan Reed first to the double in this opening leg. 4 breaker throw. Double 18 he wants.
Game
Double
shot on the
18 he
first
gets.
leg.
Nice start to the
Dan
day for
Reed.
Dan Reed.
Well, if he can remain at that 1 from 2 all day, he will be in the mix.
Second leg, it's Dan to throw first.
A little bit later on this afternoon. That's just a settler, isn't it? That would just make him feel a whole lot better, because
100.
if he'd have started missing doubles early here, it'd have been in the back of his mind, he'd be thinking, oh, here we go again. Not another day of this.
100.
That's now gone. You can't change yesterday. You can only deal with the present. And right now,
100.
present is the man in front of him, Gavin Carlin.
And both players would have looked at this fixture, first one of the
83.
morning, knowing that they can heap pressure on their opponent if they can win, and then make the guys at the top just begin to look behind their shoulder a little bit.
Yeah, and that's what you've got to do. You've got
60.
to try and build some momentum and get them under pressure at the top of the table, or the top end of the table. The problem is he's
83.
although it's still a long way to go, there's still 2 days to go. Those 6 points, especially if they're winning as well, you know, it's just hard to close the gap.
140.
He's going along very nicely here. There's a breaker throw in the opening leg in 17.
180. Dan, you require
all sorts of
101.
trouble. He has produced the first max of the match.
50.
And
Gavin,
he's
you
forced
require
the issue here
55.
of Dan Reed, leaving himself on 55 after 12 for the break back. Tops he wants,
Game
tops he
shot on the
gets.
second leg.
Nice solid
Gavin
start to this
Carlin.
opening game of the day. Nice 14 data for Gav Carlin.
Finishing's been clinical, hasn't it?
Third leg, it's Gavin to throw first. Game on.
Dan Reed got the double in one visit. 2 darts.
62.
Gavin Carlin taking out the 55 in 2 darts.
$140. $69. $100.
There's also a sense possibly with the players that the expectation from a lot of people will be from the 3
93.
players at the top, and even though they'll have the inner expectation, they can almost play with a free roll because there's a little bit of a gap.
Yeah, they can go into the radar a little bit, can't they?
140.
And I suppose it's just almost like sneaking up, isn't it?
The tortoise and the hare.
99. Dan, you
Absolutely.
require 121.
And I mean, on paper, it looked a very even group, didn't it? You know,
105.
I was looking at it early yesterday and thinking, well, you know, I can make a case for the vast majority here. I certainly
100.
didn't expect
Dan, you
it
require 16.
to have 3 on 8 and 3 on 2. I wouldn't have been surprised to see them pretty much
No
all
score.
locked together.
Gavin, you require 78.
Now that will hurt, because that had been a good leg by Dan Reed. He left double 8 after just 12 darts.
38.
Gets another
Dan,
go.
you require 16.
Got to go this time.
This was the issue yesterday for Dan Reed. And he had 3 in hand.
No score.
He couldn't find a way.
Gavin, you require
They're not particularly
40.
bad darts, are they? I mean, that final dart I thought was in.
Game show on the third
Gavin
leg.
Carlin.
Gavin Carlin.
Riding his luck here a little. Dan Reed, 6 darts at a double.
Fourth leg, it's Dan to throw first. Game
Yet
on.
another break of throw and a 2-1 lead, and potentially with a hold, a 3-1 lead. Now he's under it. to not go
60.
3-1 behind.
Well, this game pretty much summed up yesterday. Scoring-wise, you look at the power pack. He's that scoring Carling in those departments. 4-1-40 pluses. Carling with just his first of the game there. But then when it comes to the checkouts, as you can see, 1 from 8, Carling, 2 from 4.
123.
Yeah, and 6 of them have all come in that last leg.
140.
Dan Reed's confidence is being put under the microscope. Gavin Carlin, of course, is growing in confidence. Your opponent misses multiple darts like that, you start thinking, my day.
85.
And for the loser of this game, is there a potential where panic begins to set in?
Well, if those around
100.
you win,
Gavin, you
so for
require
example,
136.
if Nathan Girvin beats Arron Monk, then you think
96.
I'm
Dan,
really
you
getting caught
require
adrift here.
118.
Shots for 2-2.
78.
That could be a big
Gavin,
moment.
you require 40. $20.
Didn't
Dan, you require
expect him
40.
to miss that. No, he's been handed a bit of a lifeline here.
Game shot on the 4th leg.
And this
Dan
time
Reed.
takes his chances with his second 17 dart leg. Levels things up.
5th leg,
Averages
it's
at the
Gavin to throw
moment,
first. Game
86.51
on.
Carlin, 86.73. So Dan Reed, who averaged just north of 87 for the day yesterday,
45.
sort of stuck at that level, isn't he? And 87 is okay if your doubling percentage is
45.
around the mid-30s. When you look at Colin Osborne yesterday, that was a bit of a gas, but Colin Osborne, 87.72 for the day. His doubling percentage for the day, 35.85%.
42.
The difference being,
32.
with that 35.85, Colin won 4 out of 5. Arron Monk, 42.2% on the doubles, also won 4 out of 5.
115.
One who was a little fortunate yesterday when you break down the numbers. Jelle Klaasen won 4 out of 5 with a running average of 86.63, but just 27% on doubles. Timed to perfection.
Because it's interesting, when you have a look at the stats, even though the group sees a massive split, the numbers doesn't exactly show it.
No, the only one who was massively disappointing yesterday was Nathan. You know, averaging 80.79. That's 10 points below his seasonal average of over 90.
100. $85. Dan, you require 102.
He just missed the 118. Can still finish. Treble 19 and tops. Tops for 3-2.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Dan Reed.
Had a feeling that was going to go. And it's an 18 dart breaker throw with a 102 checkout. Recovered well after the 5, didn't he?
6th leg, it's Dan to throw first. Game on.
And now has the darts for the opening win of the day.
100.
This could kickstart his campaign in Group A.
96.
So the loser of this, no matter what, will be 8 points behind, because coming up next is 2 of the players on 8 points. Colin Osborne up against Jelle Klaasen.
100.
That means you're 4 matches behind with 4 more to play today to even get level before the 5 tomorrow.
100.
The Wednesday always feels like a a slightly different day. It's always hard to sort of
100.
get a push on the Wednesday. You almost feel like every defeat is a
140.
nail in the coffin.
This is an excellent leg from Gavin Carlin against the darts. 85 after 9. Max followed by a 140. 96 start
82.
as well.
Gavin,
When he
you
really
require
needed it as
85.
well. That's what makes it more impressive. Oh, tops are an 11.
Game
Oh,
shot on the
you
sixth
beauty.
leg. Gavin Carlin.
Pick the bones out of that. And every time Dan's managed to manufacture a break of throw. Carlin
Seventh final
is hit
leg. It's
straight
Gavin
back.
to throw first. Game on.
Leg 1. It was a break of throw for Dan. Gavin hit back with a 14.
45.
They traded legs. And then it was a break of throw in 18 for Dan. Gavin hits back with an 11.
Well,
there's the 180.
180.
It's at least one in every leg. I think you mentioned that in your little VT.
140.
That was one of our little looks this morning on the betting patterns. Was over 0.5 180s for Dan Reed. What was it?
100.
1 to 2.
1 to 2.
Well, he's continuing that trend. He's 6 from 6.
125.
This is a proper last leg. 140-125 for Carlin. Max followed by a ton for Reed.
97.
Leaves himself on a finish after 9. 124.
55. Dan, you require 124.
I think he's going to get 6 at this, but 14 ball. Wants the button.
Game,
Wow, we have
shot,
an 11
and the
darter to
match.
level things
Dan
up at
Reed.
3-3, and Dan Reed has produced a 1-2-4 finish on the ball to pick up only his 2nd win in Group A. There are the numbers: 88.53 for Carlin, 91.4 for Dan Reed. We had 3 180s in the match, and that lovely 1-2-4 to win it. Up next, Colin Osborne against Jelle Klaasen.
Good morning and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Dan Reid has just come through in a last leg decider to get the better of Gav Carlin. It was a much higher quality contest than we saw from these two yesterday. Mace said he fancies Reid to be a big mover on day two. It was his finishing that really let him down yesterday. He missed 20 darts at double in his opening game on day one. 9 more missed at the outer ring in that one, as you can see, but a superb ball finish to take out 1-2-4 got him over the line. It was one of 2 3-figure outshots in that match from Dan Reid, and he'll certainly be feeling a lot better about his chances, having got those 2 points on the board nice and early in that match. Next up for you then, we've got Colin Osborne against Jelle Klaasen. It was Jelle Klaasen who won this one yesterday, of course, preventing Colin Osborne from having the perfect day here at the Super Series. Took out this 1-1-4 in the match, and it was, of course, replied with this 1-1-6 from Colin Osborne. A superb finish from him. As I said, Jelle Klaasen did go on to win this match, but it was Osborne who had the higher average in that fixture yesterday. Both of them scored incredibly impressively in this fixture. So who's going to come out on top in this one and put down a bit of a marker maybe at the top of Group A, moving on to 10 points, of course? Let's find out in the company of Chris and Henry.
Thank you very much, Abby. These two of the 3 men at the top of the Group A table. One of them will become the first player to move on to double digits if they can complete victory here. Colin Osborne, the 47-year-old from Middlesbrough, 7 times a winner of a PDC ranking event, nicknamed the Wizard, former Championship League winner, UK Open runner-up, up against the man who won the BDO World Championship in 2006, Jelle Klaasen, aged 38, from Holland, nicknamed the Cobra. And these two, perhaps, well, they were 2 of the most consistent performers of yesterday.
Certainly were a worrying stat for Colin Osborne here at the Super
First leg,
Series.
it's Colin to throw first.
In 4
Game
attempts.
on.
He's yet to beat Jelle Klaasen. Away from here, dating back as far as 2007. Colin Osborne had a 3-1 win in Gibraltar. Then 2007, 2009 in Doncaster, it was a 6-5 win for Jelle, and then back-to-back wins.
42
in 2009 for Colin, 6-3 and 6-3. And they played a couple of times in the Championship League.
180
in 2009. Colin Osborne winning both of those.
96.
The most recent meeting away from the Super Series was back as far as 2014, and that was a 6-0 win for Klaasen. That tells me he doesn't mind
100.
playing. Colin Osborne. It's a fairly dominant winning record.
You get the sense that the level Colin was playing at yesterday, he can comfortably play at for the next couple of days as well.
Yeah, he's just got a very solid all-round game, hasn't he? He's one of those that
93.
you've got to put away. Got to really show up and try and bamboozle him with
59.
big numbers.
Colin, you require 50.
That's what Klaasen did yesterday, of course, taking out the 1-1-4 to win it in the deciding leg.
Tops for seemingly an academic 50 in comparison to that for the opening leg of this encounter.
10.
Doesn't go, and Klaasen is back on the fish.
170.
Took a 158 out yesterday. You're going to add a 170 to the highlight reel.
Game shot on the first
you better
leg.
believe it.
Jelle Klaasen.
Incredible finish from Klaasen in his opening leg of the day.
Second leg, it's Jelle to throw first.
The big fish.
Game on.
On a day where the weather suits the ducks, Klaasen has found the big fish.
125.
Have you tried off, Mace?
Yeah, just about. Well, Colin was in absolute control of the leg there, leaving 50 after just 12. Like me, he probably thought, well, I'll be back with 3 darts in hand at tops for a 1-0.
I know it's early days, but this is a proper game.
Yeah.
91.
Oh, it is. But this has been a good response from Colin.
60.
An instant break back on the cards.
$140.
Actually, his first on 40 plus of the game. It was nearly his third max. I mean, nearly at the end of the second leg.
Yeah, 180, 91, 140.
80. Colin, you require
90
90.
after 9. Already seen an 11 darter from Gavin Carlin. Not going to see one here.
65. Jelle, you
Couldn't
require
risk
136.
laying up there.
And he's leaving Jelle scraps again. He had to take out the 170 in the last
100.
leg.
Colin, you require
136 is left on in
25.
this. And because he hasn't taken it, you sense he maybe peg back to 1-1 because Osborne's back on 25. Double 8.
Game show on the second leg. Colin
Oh,
Osborne.
there's no hangover from leg 1. That's a 14 dart break back. Super response from
Third leg,
the
it's
man
Colin to throw first. Game on.
from Middlesbrough. Now lives in Derby, doesn't he?
Scott Giblin's part of the world.
Sure is.
80.
He's a big Derby fan, isn't he?
Wondering when he's next. Well, they play Portsmouth at Fratton Park next week. I wonder whether he's actually here for
57.
that.
He's at the Slam at the moment, isn't he?
Yes, yes. Good night last night at the Slam, it has to be said.
Yeah, very unfortunate
100.
for Lisa Ashton. Very nearly picked up her first win in the Slam. Multiple darts at double 8
140.
for 4-1. It would have been a different game, but it was a great response from Jelle Klaasen. It was a wonderful night last night. Really enjoyable.
Yeah, we're at
85.
Well, there's just one more night of group games tonight and knockout darts from tomorrow night.
43.
Plenty of players with work to do as well this evening in that Grand Slam. Don't forget, 7 o'clock on Sky Sports.
95.
Luke Woodhouse against Nathan Rafferty is an interesting looking tie, as is the most recent crowned major winner, Ross Smith, up
72.
against
Colin,
Michael
you
van
require
Gerwen.
141.
Peter Wright, Nathan Aspinall, and the one there's two I'm really looking forward to. Ryan Searle against Scott Williams, and Luke Humphries against Josh Rock.
How can you not get
Wowzers.
excited by that?
That's on it. Scheduled to be on
133.
just after 10 o'clock. But there's already ties in place for the knockout
85.
stages
Colin, you
from Wednesday.
require 8.
Noppert against Price, Dirk van Duivenbode against Cullen, Smith against Cross, and Barneveld against Whitlock. That's a blast from the past. Been impressed with Whitlock this week.
4. Jelle, you require
Well, to win a
104.
group that contains Goen Price and Dave Chisnell, especially the way Chisnell's been playing recently.
Yeah, all credit to
84.
Barneveld. I think Michael came out with a fairly
Colin, you
relevant point
require
over that
4.
shorter distance in a race to 9. He's always going to be competitive and dangerous. Will he be able to produce darts of that level over the longer course?
No score. Jelle, you require
Nightmare
20.
here, Colin. Just 1 from 10 on the doubles.
No score.
This time, though, Klaasen
Colin, you
able
require
to
4.
pick the Osborne pocket.
And that's the first time in this game Klaasen's actually had clear darts at double. He's been left on scraps of 170 and 136
Game
in the
shown
legs
third
previous.
leg.
That's the
Colin
first real
Osborne.
opportunity he's had. He hasn't been able to take advantage of it. And Colin Osborne eventually does come back, pins the double 2, makes it
Fourth leg, it's
2-1.
Jelle to
But
throw
only for him,
first.
it's 2 from 11 on the doubles.
First holder throw in the match as well.
99. 140.
And he is really dictating matters here, Osborne.
Well, he looks the better player of the two, that's for sure at the moment.
140.
He is wonderful time of the darting calendar. Grand Slam of darts, and then of course 25th to the 27th of November, darts back on ITV Sport with the Players' Championship
105.
finals. And then the day after, it is the final opportunity for players to qualify for the World Championships with the Tour Card Holder Qualifier. And then before we know it, 15th of December to the 3rd of January,
you require
the big one
157.
at the Palace.
Another Christmas for you in London, mate.
Sure is. Bottle of wine, hotel room, New Year's Eve. That's sad. Probably a curry will be involved somewhere in that mix.
60. Yellow, you require 98.
He won't talk about curries.
No.
38.
I think I'm still eating that curry from the other night.
135. Yellow, you require 60.
Problem is, if you slag off a curry, you get bad korma.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Jelle Klaasen.
Someone come in and throw him out, please. So, back-to-back holds. After
Fifth leg, it's Colin to throw
breaks,
first. Game on.
This one really is in the balance.
Not that anyone in the production staff would have a korma, mate.
140. 41. 100. 140.
Certainly needed that, didn't he? He was getting cut adrift in the leg. Colin Osborne dealing with the disappointment
100.
of losing legs he should be winning, and he's dealing with things very well at the moment.
And just when Jelle thinks there might be a sniff of an opportunity in the scoring phase, Colin Osborne just comes up with something in every single visit.
I was just about to say, except this one, but another one would be perfect.
125.
You're not going to take it out. It's not a bad second prize. 36 after 12. The average goes back over 90.
60. Colin, you require 36.
Will stay over 90 if he hits this with his first start, which is something he's struggled to do so far in the match.
Game shot on the fifth
Not
leg.
this time.
Colin Osborne.
13 dart hold, and he goes in front again.
Sixth leg, it's Jelle to throw first.
2-1. Now leads 3-2.
120.
That's unlucky.
Very.
And in fairness to Jelle Klaasen, he hasn't really done much wrong in this match.
No, the scoring's been there, hasn't it? He's 2 from 6 on the doubles.
100.
And he's right in the mix in the scoring phase. The 2 180s are cancelled out by the
58.
2 140s, really. Or the 2 more 140s for Klaasen.
But that will be the concern
85.
for Osborne, the 3 from 12.
Not if he wins. First match went all the way.
83.
This one is looking like it's going to do the same. Don't forget your social media user at MSS Darts, Instagram, Facebook and Twitter. Use the hashtag
42.
Super Series if you want to get in touch. Henry will
100.
You're all over that, won't you, pal? You love a bit of social media.
That generation.
Third max.
180. Yellow, you require 140.
His first, though, since the second leg.
Yep. Now, will he go treble 18 or will he go ball?
100.
Ooh.
Colin, you require 94.
Just caught the flight, very nearly bust. Oh. Oh, went aggressive. Double 18 would have left tops. I'm not sure in that position whether
54.
that's the right
Yellow, you
play.
require 40. Game shot.
As Klaasen finds himself on
Jelle
tops, gets it first dart in hand, and we go all the way to a deciding leg for the second time today in just 2 matches.
7th final.
And Colin Osborne, who really has
first.
dictated
Game
matters in the scoring phase.
I'm looking at the numbers from the last match. Currently, Klaasen's on 88.44. Gavin Carlin lost 4-3 with an 88.53. And Colin Osborne was on 91.5. And Dan Reed won with a 91.4.
Even the doubling stats ain't too far away from each other.
No.
$134.
136, followed by 134. Colin Osborne using all of the board beautifully.
125.
Lucky deflection. Colin Osborne here hit as many 180s as he has 140s. 3.
45.
Got to come down. Needs another. Gets another.
134.
Oh, separated by just 1 point. Advantage of throw with Osborne.
He has 6 from here. Since he'll have to get it done in 6 as well.
60.
But the man who's been hitting trebles for fun has come up dry at the most important time.
He was hoping for a 25 and then
Colin, you
back to the
require
treble,
126.
and that would have left him tops. 4 19s and ball. We've seen the match won on a ball finish in game 1 today. The 1-2-4 from Dan Reed. Oh, can't do it now. Needed at least a single 19.
$33. Yellow, you
Will be a
require
painful defeat.
46.
Colin Osborne.
And Jelle Klaasen, who has waited and waited for his opportunity,
28.
sees his chance to win the
Colin,
game,
you
come and
require
go. And so
93.
Osborne returns for 93 to win it.
Now will he go ball, or will again he go aggressive? He's gone for the 19s. He gets it this time. And
Game
gets
shot
the double.
and the match.
18
Colin Osborne
for the 93 finish and a 17 dart hold. 2 darts missed, add a double for the match for Jelle Klaasen. But it is Colin Osborne who moves on to 10 points and revenge for yesterday's defeat. There's the numbers, 91.16 for Osborne, 89.54 for Klaasen. And the doubling, 3 from 9, 33.33 for Klaasen, 30.77 for Osborne. When we come back, we'll see our final 2 players in this Group A as Arron Monk takes on Nathan Girvin.
Arron, day 2 here at the Super Series, and a really impressive first one for you.
Yeah, I was happy.
Going again.
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where we've just seen a really intriguing tussle between two of the players at the top of the table in Group A. It was Colin Osborne who came through in a last leg decider to get the better of Jelle Klaasen in that one. Klaasen said yesterday, didn't he, that he isn't really a morning person, but he started yesterday's session with a 12-dart leg and a 1-2-4 outshot. He opened his account this morning by reeling in the big fish in leg 1, but from there Osborne scored really heavily, as you can see, adding another 3 180s to the 11 that he piled in yesterday, and he did enough to get the 2 points on the board and become the first player to move on to 10 in the league table. Next up then, we've got Arron Monk against Nathan Girvin. It was Arron Monk who was victorious when these two met yesterday. He took out a 105 to secure the victory. There you can see it. Bull, 5, bull. A phenomenal finish from him in that one. It was the second time he'd attempted that outshot yesterday, and he managed to pin it there to get over the line and condemn Nathan Girvin to a 4th defeat of the day. So Arron Monk then, he was one of the standout performers yesterday, wasn't he? He did pin a 102 average at one point yesterday. That was against Dan Reed, against the man who really underperformed yesterday in Nathan Girvin. We certainly expect to see more from him today. But for Arron Monk, Henry caught up with him before this morning's session got underway to see how he's feeling after yesterday's session.
Arron, day 2 here at the Super Series, and a really impressive first one for you.
Yeah, I was happy. Was it 4 out of 5? A bit gutted losing to Cole. I mean, I did have match starts, but I would have took that before the start of the day.
And some really impressive performances as well. I had that one over the ton as well.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, my scoring's getting pretty good. I just need to like shuffle out the bad scores in between. I mean, I can post ton-plus averages quite often, I reckon.
Last-minute call-up as well, wasn't it, for you here this week? Did that actually help to a certain extent? Because even though you want that prep time, you haven't also at the same time got time to think about things.
No, I'm ready to go on the, you know, you call me up, I'm ready to go straight away, but it was nice to get the call. I didn't know who was in my group either until like the morning, so yeah, I'm happy.
3 players on 8 points in the group. It looks like it's going to be a tight tussle for that first spot in finals night.
Yeah, there's 3 of us on the top, so I'm hoping they're going to lose a few games, and I'm going to beat them, and you know, we'll see what happens.
We most definitely will do. Arron, good luck.
Cheers, thank you.
So then, can Arron Monk join Colin Osborne on 10 points in the league table, or can Nathan Girvin get his 2nd victory in Group A? Let's find out and hand back over to our commentary team.
Thanks, Abby. Yes, this man, a former world youth champion back in 2011, up against Nathan Girvin, who will be playing in the World Youth Championships in between the semi-final and final of the Players' Championship finals down in Minehead. Better watch that on ITV, and he will be taking on the very exciting young talent in Josh Rock. Looking forward to that one. Didn't do himself any justice yesterday. Nathan, already been a
First leg, it's Arron to throw first.
World Youth
Game
Championship
on.
runner-up. That was in the BDO system, wasn't it?
Lost to Justin van der Houw and then to Leighton Bennett.
There's actually some great footage. He will hate me for this, but
125.
the big Dutch TV tournaments, there's some footage of him playing Jared Cole in a final in Holland.
125.
I think they're about 13 and 14 or 14 and 15. He hasn't changed much, that's for sure.
99.
But yeah, it's been an interesting career of ups and downs so far for Arron Monk.
50.
I saw signs of the outstanding ability he possesses yesterday. Has his own way of going about things.
180.
For a 180. A vertical one. Couldn't have done that 20 odd year ago, that's for sure.
92.
Himself from
Arron,
97 after 9 with the darts.
Yeah, we've seen the bull five, but he's very much like Scott Williams, really. They have their own unique way about going about things. On 74 yesterday, he was going for double 17.
Game
and
shot on the first
there's
leg.
another example
Arron Monk.
of the ability he possesses. That was a stunning 12-dart leg.
Second leg, it's Nathan to throw first.
Not a bad
Game
way
on.
to start your day. Put it that way. Fantastic for Arron Monk to get us started in this one.
Klaasen made the ultimate start with the 170, didn't he?
55.
What do you say Arron Monk's career is at the minute?
96.
I'm not sure. I mean, he does work for himself, and it sort of takes him away from probably being
84.
100% committed, and hard work beats talent when talent doesn't work hard. But at only 32 years of
140.
age, listen, time is on his side. He's one of those players that could say he won it this week and then went on to win
128.
Champions Week. Now that's nearly £30,000 with his appearance fees. That puts a completely different spin on things for him in 2023, and maybe you could think, right, I'll go to Q School, I'll give that a go, I'll get my card, I can, you know, I've now got a
Arron, you
budget
require
to use
132.
to do the entire tour and be able to financially afford to take the time off work to prepare. It could be a game changer.
107. Nathan, you require 153.
Because it is a different beast now being a professional darts player, where even a few years ago, the Players' Championship events would predominantly be Saturday, Sunday affairs. And maybe the only time you may have to take off
Arron,
work is when you're playing
25.
in majors if you're still part-time. But now with Pro Tours in midweek,
Yeah,
you have to be pro pretty much.
And the Euro Tour qualifiers, or you have to
17.
have a boss that gives you plenty
Nathan,
of
you
time off,
require
which
60.
doesn't happen very often. He's got a young family as well, of course, Arron, so lots of responsibility.
40. Arron, you require 8.
Summed up his day yesterday. Double 4 for 2-0.
Game shot on the second leg. Arron Monk.
See the response, and that will hurt Nathan Girvin. That's an 18-dart break of throw
Third leg, it's
Similar
Arron to
start
throw
to the double.
first. Game on.
for Nathan. Nathan,
140.
of course, has won one of these weeks, hasn't he?
Back in Southampton, wasn't it?
Yep.
92.
He'll be okay. He won't panic. That's the beauty of playing the whole week. You get 2 bites of the cherry.
59. $100.
seen it from him before, where he's had an indifferent Group
45.
A and then bounce back on the Thursday and Friday to qualify and then go on to win.
96. 55.
Well, that 55 has just opened the door there for Girvan against the darts.
Yeah, he won phase
100.
3 down in Southampton this year, week 4, defeating Peter Jakes in the final. It was a good
57.
good finals.
Nathan,
night.
you
Mark
require
Warburton in there, Neil
113.
Duff, Kurt Parry, and Mark McGeaney. Didn't happen for him in Champions Week.
95.
Out
Aaron, you
of the
require
Group
145.
stages. Well, what a tough week. Burton, Usher, Tehan, Barstow, and Darryl Pilgrim.
56. Nathan, you
Stay
require
away from that
80.
group.
Yeah, that's when we were running our 5-week phases.
Game shot on the third leg.
Well, that'll make him
Nathan
feel
Girvin.
a little bit better, and it is a break back.
Fourth leg, it's Nathan to throw first. $92.
I've seen him produce 9 darters on the Pro Tour when he's been called up on the reserve list and win multiple games and 100+ averages.
50.
Last time out, he got an invite. He beat Thibaut Tricol, of course, last Sunday, I do believe.
140.
And it's interesting as well, isn't it, that the players are now getting the call-ups
140.
to the Pro Tour. They're there, they're ready to go, and there's almost a fear of playing the call-up players now, isn't there, on that Pro Tour? Because you know they're bang at it.
139.
Scott Williams. Perfect example. That's a player that I first...
127. Nathan, you
Series.
require 130.
To the point where he became a seed without a tour card.
Yeah.
92.
Well, it was a complete blocker, so sensibly going back to the 18s. Not sure if he is going to split. Probably will
100.
depend on
Nathan, you require
that
38.
visit from Arron. 6 for double 16.
Game
Pins
shot on
it.
the fourth leg.
That's much
Nathan
better.
Girvin.
14 dart hold for a level game.
And it's another one of those cases here at the Super Series where you see a player
Fifth
get
leg,
off
it's
to an
Aaron
electric
to throw
start, as
first.
Arron Monk did, averaged a ton after a couple of legs. Nathan hasn't deviated away from the 90.52 that he
99.
averages now. And on the regress, Girvin's just kept around that same level.
Well, that's what I expect Nathan
58.
to be as a minimum, really. And the 90 mark.
125.
And the key to beating Arron is just keeping him under it.
94.
He's one of those kind of players that loves being a front runner.
66.
And when you get those natural talents, when they're playing with freedom, that's when they're at their most dangerous.
45. $57.
Monk first to a finish after 12.154. Girvin needs a 2 treble visit here. He's going to get a 2 treble visit here.
140. Aaron, you require 154.
So 154 for 3-2.
80. Nathan, you require 164.
Yeah, looking at the Two treble 19s and
64.
ball strapped.
Arron, you require 74.
Leaving a ton. Will he get a go? Oh, he's double 17 for tops.
64.
What a chance this is.
Nathan,
for
you require 100.
3 on the spin. It looked like he was going to get railroaded.
And he's going to get 2 at
Game
tops. He
shot
only
the
needs the
fifth
1.
leg. Nathan
And that is
Girvin.
emphatic from Nathan Girvin to break the throw and lead 3-2. Arron Monk has had 2 darts of his own to lead this game and to
Sixth leg,
Girvin
it's
1.
Nathan to
And
throw
crucial as
first.
well, obtaining
Game
the
on.
break there means Girvin has the darts at this juncture to win the match.
Andy Jenkins enjoying
100.
a day off. Rained off, no doubt. Won't be laying too many bricks in this weather. Mortar would wash away.
180.
And Nathan is actually using Andy Jenkins' darts.
60.
Wow.
140.
So he's done it before, hasn't he? It's looking like
140.
third consecutive 7-legger. Andy Jenkins will be in action here in a couple of weeks, won't he?
Yes, he's here very soon and in a very, very good
141.
week. That's all I'm going to tease. Well, Monk's on for a 10 darter here
Arron, you
to
require
take us
40.
the distance yet again.
Game
And
shot on the
every
sixth
single game
leg.
today so
Arron
far
Monk.
has gone the distance. Arron Monk pulling a 10 darter out the fire at a crucial time, and it's he now
Seventh
who will
and
have the
final leg. It's Arron
throw
to
to win the
first.
match.
Game on.
We've had a 10, 11 and a 12. All we need is a 9. Andy, of course, last weekend went very
70.
close to qualifying for the World Seniors. Just being edged out by Michael Huntley. But he's in a good position in the order of merit, isn't he?
100.
Be a great addition to that event.
Oh. Not for my head.
46.
Yeah, I'd love to have him there. It'd be brilliant. Just like old times.
Last time he played at a World Championship at the Circus Tavern, he got to the semi-finals back in
140.
2007.
Remember it well.
55.
So lucky not to get a Premier League call like that year, really.
He was flying.
One 140.
As is Girvin in this leg.
For some reason, I've got it in my memory bank somewhere that I played Andy at a World Championships. at the
39.
Tavern, but
Nathan, you require
it's all a bit of a blur
121.
back then. That was Andy's fault.
Double 18 for
Game,
the match
shots,
to win in
and the
style.
match.
A 1-2-1 to win it for
Girvin.
Nathan Girvin. 4-3. What a match that was. A 96.73 average for Nathan Girvin to get over the line. Arron Monk got a 10 darter to take us all the way to the deciding leg. But once we got there, Girvin showed his class. Those are the stats on your screen now. 2-ton plus checkouts for Nathan Girvin. A superb match. It's been a superb day so far. Let's round off the stats then from that one. 96.73 Girvin, 90.99 for Monk. 2 maximums for Arron Monk. 3 from 10 on the doubles compared to 4 from 8. And those 2-ton plus checkouts there for the man from Scotland. Well, that is round 1 done and dusted, and they've all gone 4-3. Cannot split the players so far. What will separate Klaasen and Carlin? We'll find out next.
Good morning and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. 3 games in and we've just seen our third last leg decider. Nathan Girvin coming through in that one to get the better of Arron Monk. Monk off to a blistering start in that one, didn't he? A 12-dart leg to take an early lead in that one. Things certainly looked bleak for Girvin early on. Nathan had his chances but couldn't quite find the form that he's been missing so far this week. But an inspired performance in the end to get over the line, a 1-2-1 in that last leg in order to get his second victory in Group A. A superb performance in the latter stages of that match from Girvin, really showing that maturity, isn't he, for such a young lad. And we can see a look at the table as things stand. It is still Colin Osborne who sits top on 10 points. Arron Monk remains on 8 after that, but Nathan Girvin, who could really be one of the big movers on day 2, is now on 4 points with Dan Reid. Both of them, of course, making good starts to this morning's session. Next up then, we've got Jelle Klaasen against Gavin Carlin. It was Jelle Klaasen who got the victory in this one yesterday, inspired, of course, by that 158 checkout in there as well. It was a really good performance for him, and that superb 3-figure outshot really turned the tide in that match, didn't it? It was a 4-2 victory for him in that one here. We can see that 158 for him. It really set the ball rolling for him in that match. But Jelle Klaasen himself will certainly be looking for more consistency in his performances today. Both of these, of course, losing out in last leg deciders in their opening matches of this morning's session. Who will get their first 2 points on day 2? Let's find out in the company once more of Chris and Henry.
Thank you very much, Abby. And if we're going to follow the trend of today, this is probably going to go all 7 legs as well. But when we've got the quality on show today, it's not too bad, is it, Chris Mason?
No, absolutely not. That last game was a cracker, winning legs of 17, 14, 17 and 12 for Nathan in the last one. We did have that beautiful 10-dart leg from Arron Monk to take us all the way. I did just have a look back at my old bit of stats. I was sure that I did play Andy, and I did. I played him in the last 32 at the Worlds at the Tavern 20 years ago in January. Well, our
First leg, it's Jelle to throw first.
I just
Game
can't
on.
ever remember playing. Don't know why that could be. But 1994, 28 years ago,
180.
I played Andy in the Welsh Classic final.
140.
I just have no... I won, but I can't remember it.
I was going to say, if you lost it, you'd have had a plethora of WhatsApp messages from Jenks by now.
It was quite a funny one. I played him in 1999 in Hanglanden in an invitational tournament. I slipped over in the airport and put my back out. And I was going to pull out, and someone said, look, we'll get you some painkillers, we'll get you sorted out. I think the painkiller I got given was for a rhino, because by the time I'd enjoyed a couple of the
16.
complimentary beverages, I had a problem walking and seeing, and I walked on stage and Andy just walked me straight back off.
137.
Yeah, I got thrown out of the tournament. Not one of my finest hours. Me and
60.
Andy
Gavin,
still
you
laugh about
require
it to this day.
99.
Never dull when it involves Jenks, is it?
No. Fabulous company. We have had some wonderful times.
59. Jelle, you require
Most of which are not
111.
broadcastable at 20 to 11 in the morning.
No. We ended up, we were in America once. We
Game
ended up
shot
in
on the
this,
first
oh, my
leg.
goodness.
Jelle
Aye, aye, aye.
Klaasen.
Jelle Klaasen with another ton plus out and a 15-dart hold. Yeah, we ended
Second
up
leg, it's Gavin to throw first. Game on.
in a, when I say club, it's certainly a place we shouldn't have been in.
80.
And yeah, it's sort of like a Bloods and Crips type establishment. Me and Jenks are in there on the tables
121.
dancing, and yeah, it was a bit mad.
I think that's a secret to move on.
140.
It's one for the book.
134.
I don't actually. The only reason I've not done a book is I just can't. I just couldn't do it.
125.
Well, I don't know what
79.
been in the
Gavin, you
rainwater
require
around Portsmouth today, but
156.
this is another superb game. 104, 115 the averages.
Yeah, both players making a
45.
super
Yelle, you
start to the
require
match.
167.
Going to say he's at the 170. The next one achievable is
59.
167.
Gavin, you require 111.
Ooh, back-to-back Nelsons. Can still finish. Treble 20, double 18.
Just has to move across a little bit. Finds it. Double 18.
93. Yelle, you require 108.
We like the sequence of numbers, don't we? Not a
52.
fan of that shot either.
Gavin, you require 18.
Especially the way that Klaasen starts going.
Game
and
shot on the
across.
second leg. Gavin Carlin.
2 holds a throw. Dare I say it? Going all the way, aren't we?
Third
We're
leg.
gonna have
It's
to call
It'd
Yelle
be
to
handy. We're
throw
just about to
first.
finish when the Grand Slam's about to start at 7 o'clock.
What does I do? The double shift.
134.
We're going to have to call the last leg the Corsa thing today.
It's usually the noble.
32.
We'll make Charlie earn his money.
140. 140.
Oh, this is excellent.
140.
This leg so far, we've seen a 1-3-4 followed by 3 140s on the bounce. That trend isn't going to continue here.
41.
And
Yelle,
it
you
means
require
Klaasen
87.
On 87, he's looking for an 11 darter. A 12 will do on double 8.
79.
Oh, it's been such a dominant leg. He's got time on his side.
60. Yelle, you require
We're
8.
well into. Well, it could be the end of leg 3.
Game shot on the
Put
third leg.
jinx on that. He
Jelle
was
Klaasen.
averaging 102 prior to that visit. It tumbles down.
Fourth leg, it's
to
Gavin to throw
96,
first.
47.
Game on.
But more importantly for Jelle, it's a second 15 darter. and a hold.
66.
Now a 2-1 lead.
Gavin Carlin has the lowest average of the day at 88.5.
137.
That's the quality we have. We've only had 2 averages so far today below 90 out of 6.
125.
Standard today. It was almost like yesterday was just a bit of a settling in day, maybe.
40.
Well, every game's gone 4-3 so far, but we're still running to time. That's the quality we've had.
$140.
Well, Yellow's already got one today.
140.
His first leg of the
Gavin,
day.
you require 170.
Still on. Not now. Gavin Carlin's hit the most famous 170 in the Super Series.
125.
Sent Thibaut Tricot through at finals night a few weeks ago. That was in week 10 when he got the
64.
better of Josh Payne
Gavin,
and
you
qualified
require
for Champions
45.
Week. And for 45 here, tops for 14 data.
25. Yelle, you require 120.
Well, you'll fancy this. Not now.
68.
Famous curse of the
Gavin, you
commentator.
require 20.
Double 10 then for Carlin for 2-2. Double 5.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
There it is.
Gavin Carlin.
Had a leg over 17 darts in this one so far. Another
Fifth leg, it's Yelle to throw first.
quality game.
Midway through the game, so the averages do bear some weight. A 95 average for Jelle Klaasen, 89.79 for Gavin Carlin.
58. 57. 135.
Does feel like Carlin's just sort of
140.
hanging on by his fingernails, doesn't it?
Feels like the story Jelle in that opening game against Colin Osborne, where he's just waiting on the opportunities to come from his opponent. So even after that 140, Jelle's still got 6 from here.
180.
And he's on for a potential 13 dart leg following that max, leaving 24 after 12.
$56. Jelle, you require 24. Game
And a
shot on the
13
fifth
dart to
leg.
it is.
Jelle Klaasen.
Oh, he's winning legs. Leg 1, 111 checkout for a 15 in leg 3, and a 13 with a max in leg 5.
Sixth leg, it's Gavin to throw first. Game
Average
on.
climbs to 98.51.
57.
If Gavin Carlin goes on the wrong end of the scoreline, he must be wondering what on earth is going
59.
on today, because he has played well in 2 games and he may get absolutely no reward for it.
140. 95.
If you back the over 5.5 leg market today, you've done very, very well.
Yeah, you sure have.
100. 140.
At least one ton plus finish in every match so far. 2 in the last one.
100.
The 170 in from Jelle in match 2. A 124.
140.
To win it.
Gavin, you
in
require
match 1, and we've already had a
104.
ton plus out in this one with that 111 from Jelle. Oh,
64.
Out
Jelle,
of
you
nowhere.
require 67.
Klaasen's got match darts at 67. Tops.
47.
But it
Gavin,
doesn't
you
go, and so
require
Carlin returns to
40.
tops to send us the distance once again. Double 10.
Game shot on the 6th leg.
He
Gavin
loves that
Carlin.
double. He loves it even more now. And we go all the way once again to a decider.
Not had a breaker throw.
7th and final leg. It's Jelle
All
to
3
throw
of the winning
first.
legs for Gavin Carlin have been won in 17 darts.
58.
But that was an inopportune troubler's visit there for Klaasen, and
93.
Carlin sort of taken advantage of it against the darts.
Back he comes.
140.
Scratchy on the last one. You'll more than be happy with the 140.
And you look at the 140 stats. 7
32.
140s for Klaasen, 6 for Carlin.
30 scores a ton or more in the match.
99. 60.
Now it's Klaasen's to lose from here. He's 6 at 204, possibly
85.
more.
Well, he's going to get 6 from 119 to seal a 4-3 win and
49.
cap off an
Jelle, you
impressive
require
performance.
119.
He's hitting trebles, but
20.
not the ones he wants. He's made an absolute pig's ear of that.
He's left 99 from 119. Never ever see that. And back comes Carlin. This ain't over yet.
180. Jelle, you require
Now
99.
things have got very, very interesting.
Going to get a dart at double 16.
67.
Oh, he's
Gavin, you
had
require
multiple
87.
match-winning darts at doubles. Can Carlin incredibly, pinch it. 20 and ball.
62.
Klaasen was nodding
Jelle, you
his head.
require
He thought
32.
that was going in. Edging closer.
16.
Oh dear.
And Gavin
Gavin
Carlin now
required
25 points away from the win. Klaasen was streets in front in this deciding leg. But to finish first, you have to finish.
17.
But Gavin Carlin can't do the
Jelle
same.
requires 16. Game,
And
shot,
Jelle Klaasen
and the
gets
match.
there in the
Jelle
end.
Klaasen.
A quality encounter ends with some tension on the doubles, and Jelle Klaasen gets the win by 4 legs to 3, averaging 90.51. But those averages don't actually really tell the story of what was a quality encounter. It was in the mid-90s up until those last missed darts at double. 90.51 in the end. Have a look at the 140 plus column though. 7-6 in that category. 4 from 15, 3 from 13 on the doubles, while the averages went a little bit below, and that 111 in that opening leg was the highlight checkout for Jelle Klaasen. We're going to take a short break. When we return, another game which, if we look at the bookies odds, is going to go 4-3. It's Dan Reed up against Nathan Girvin.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Yeah, and a reminder that all you need to do to book your free tickets is visit dartshop.tv, and you can be part of the atmosphere on finals night on a Saturday evening here at the MODUS Super Series. But back here in Group A, it's Jelle Klaasen who's just come through in a last leg decider to become the second player to move on to 10 points in the Group A table. Both players treating us to a superb standard yet again. All 6 players have really been impressive so far this morning, haven't they? Jelle Klaasen kick-starting that one with another big finish, adding that 1-1-1 to the 170 he took out in his opening match of the session. Another quality contest, as you can see, 2 180s in there from Jelle Klaasen to Gav Carlin's 1. But as Henry mentioned in comms, Gav Carlin will be wondering what he needs to do to pick up those points. Both squandered chances in that decider though, and that is something that Carlin is going to need to improve on if he is to move up the table and being with a chance of maybe getting a Group B spot if he feels like that Group A qualification is probably out of his hands at this moment in time. But as I just said, Jelle Klaasen becomes the second player to move on to 10 points, but it is Colin Osborne with the far superior leg difference at this stage. Next up then, we've got Dan Reid against Nathan Girvin, both players who we fancied to be big movers on day 2. They both won their opening games of the session. Nathan Girvin really impressive in his victory. Of course, he didn't average above 90 throughout yesterday's session, but a 96.7 in his opening game. Really impressive from him. His one game that he won yesterday was in this fixture. He got the better of Dan Reid, of course, taking out this superb 108 en route to that victory in that one. He'll pick up the 2 points in this one. It feels like an important game, doesn't it, if either of them are to keep in contention to qualify via Group A. Let's see who can get the points then, and hand back over to our commentary team.
Thank you very much, Abby. Yes, indeed it is, because one player will move on to 6 points. That goes 2 behind Arron Monk, and then 4 behind the 2 leaders, Colin Osborne and Jelle Klaasen, in this particular group. And the way everyone's playing today, it's a sort of day where you just fancy everyone to kind of cancel each other out a little bit, which may open the door for one of these two to really sneak up behind the leading 3.
Yeah, for Nathan, he's just got to build on that brilliant win a little earlier against Arron Monk, where he produced an average of 96.73 and 50% on the doubles. Finishes of 100. And then that incredible 1-2-1. We've seen a 1-2-4 from
First
Dan
leg,
Reid
it's
to
Dan
win the
to throw
match. And we've
first.
seen a 1-2-1
Game on.
from Nathan.
Well, it feels like a long time ago since we've seen Dan Reid in the opening game of the day win 4-3. He did that with a 91 average
83.
himself. And these were the 2 you fancied at the start of the day to really get a move on moving day.
Well, they've got a bit of history, these 2. 2019 Dev Tour in Hildesheim. Nathan won 4-0. Then in Wigan,
59.
the same year, Dan Reid won 4-1. Then in 2021 on the Challenge Tour, Milton Keynes in a round of 32, Nathan won 5-2. And then on the Challenge Tour 12 in Hildesheim this year, Dan Reid edged him out 5-4.
140.
In the Super Series, Phase 3, Week 4,
140.
Nathan won 4-1 with 105.3 and 4-0 with a 97. Of course, yesterday,
180. $93. Daniel required 39.
Nathan just got the better of Dan Reid with his only win of the day, wasn't it? 4-3.
34. Nathan, you require
Well, Dan Reid,
80.
who got that maximum to leave himself on 39 after 12, and subsequently then missed those darts at double. And Girvin can take advantage if he can find a route somewhere up to top. So those first 2 darts have completely obscured the bed. He's had to move all the way across. He doesn't know whether to go left, whether to go right.
Game shot.
But he finds a way in the end, and that's an incredible dart.
Wasn't bad. Remember that bullseye on the 1-3-2?
Second leg, it's Nathan to throw first. Game on.
That was the second best bullseye you got that week.
Yeah.
Incidentally, that maximum for Dan Reed there to lead the 39 is our 50th already this week, and we're only a third of the way through day 2.
He's going to get another here.
180.
Make that 51.
For the series, after
60.
3 and a bit weeks, we are just under 700.
Wowzers. 688.
60.
I could well go today.
You weren't back against it at all.
85.
Nathan manufactured a breaker throw, but now his throw is under threat.
And if you are having a look at markets today, remember 18plusbgamblingaware.org. Every single game today, including this, because Dan Reed's got 2 maxes in this match, has had at least 2 maximums, and only 1 game today so far has not had 3 maximums.
125.
He's annoyed there because even a single 20 would have left him on a finish. Yeah, well, it's an interesting market to play the 180s.
They couldn't split these 2 before the action got underway, both 5 to 6.
139. Daniel requires 64.
So he's going to get 1 dart at tops.
24. Nathan, you require 32.
He's had darts to win both legs. He's had the first go in both legs. And Nathan Girvin takes full advantage of that 139, setting up the 32, takes it first dart in hand. 2-0 lead and averaging 96 again, just a shade under 97.
He averaged 96.73 in that win against Arron.
97. 80.
To do some paraphrasing, Nathan Girvin's doing the right things at the right time. Dan Reed's getting out the traps well in legs, but Girvin's just finding that setup shot and then the
94.
finish straight after.
Yeah, he's just pressuring the moment at the right time, isn't he? One thing for Nathan today is he's finding target with the opening dart, where yesterday he was low, which is a sign of tension.
82.
And I suppose that's difficult then, and I suppose I want to get case in point with that first dart there. It's hard for him to readjust.
Yeah, the darts sit up, but if it's just over, it's fine. And again, it's something that we've had many a discussion
93.
about. But say if you feel like they're going low, just try and pitch one over the top, and if you do pull it slightly, you'll pull it in.
58. Nathan, you require 148.
It can be sometimes caused by being a little short on
35. Dan, you require 170.
A couple of bounce outs have caused him a few issues here. Oh, not another 170.
145. Nathan, you require
Nathan Girvin's left
113
after 12. Effectively, it's after 10 because he's had 2 bounce outs in this leg, but
59. Dan, you require 25.
Well, it's not too much damage done here for Nathan because it's only a hold. The key
Game
leg
shot on the third leg.
is
Dan Reed.
coming up now for Nathan Girvin. Hold here.
Fourth leg,
He's
it's
just
Nathan to
one
throw
away from
first.
making it
Game
2
on.
for 2. And there's that low dart again.
60.
and Dan Reed Mayfield, he could have and perhaps should have been 3-0 up in this game. He's had opportunities to win every single leg, particularly the first.
Multiple darts
140.
in leg 1, didn't he? But it was the 80 checkout steal for Nathan.
180.
yesterday in terms of 180s. Nathan hit 5.
140.
Didn't hit 1 in his opening match against Arron Monk,
91.
which makes that near 97 average even more impressive. Dan Reed's just missed the ball for 170.
125. Nathan, you require 170. 105. Dan, you require 96.
Bring it back to 2 apiece. Double 18 for double top.
56.
2-2 doesn't go.
Nathan, you require 65.
25 tops. Too good. You went for it.
Let's back to recompose for this double 6. Big dart incoming.
Game shot.
Huge dart for Nathan Girvin. He leads 3-1.
His clutch finishing has been outstanding, hasn't it? The 80.
Fifth leg, it stands to throw first.
There.
Game on.
He is 3 from 3 on the doubles.
Abby mentioned on the balcony after his first
100.
game today about maturity. This is a very mature performance because Dan Reed has had his moments in this game. Nathan Girvin at times has had to sit and wait for his opportunity, but when it's come, he's taken full advantage.
Yeah, he's just stuck in, hasn't he?
95.
Let's have a look at the averages. 97 apiece, 2 maximums apiece.
42.
Quality affair, isn't it? Right on cue, you mentioned the quality. We get a 42.
136.
Look what he's left.
128. Dan, you require 170.
Doesn't have to go for it.
Wants to leave it handy, though. 60's not enough.
43.
And that is definitely not enough to follow the pattern. Nathan will leave this low.
128. Dan, you require
He's picked off the 2 treble
127.
18s on cover. Ball.
80.
Dragged low, and that could be his last chance. And once again, Nathan Girvin's setup play has been word perfect. Double 12 for the match.
63.
Doesn't go. And so Dan Reed gets an opportunity at 47. It may well be his last of the match. Tops.
Game shot on the fifth
In it goes,
leg.
back to 3-2. Nathan Girvin has the darts for a 4-2 win.
Sixth leg, it's Nathan to throw first. Game on.
Having had the opportunity, 2 darts to win it in the last leg.
94.
A double 12 which came and went. Is that going to be a turning point in this match, I wonder?
140.
We know who's winning this leg, don't we?
39.
Should we order lunch in, Mace? To be fair, that Italian might be open for delivery in a minute.
100.
Do an incredible pizza.
Did you try the lasagna?
I have.
Oh, that is good.
138.
All about this visit now for Dan Reed. Gets the all-important trouble. Gets 2 of them.
140.
Down to 121 after 9.
Excellent recovery following that.
125. Daniel
Single
require
5.
121.
Number 17 for the ball.
He's had a couple of goes at the ball.
96.
He's yet to hit
Nathan,
it.
you require
I'll
105.
tell you now, he won't be going ball 5 ball the Arron Monk way. Treble 15. Leaves tops to wrap it up.
He Did this a couple of legs ago on the double six, and he fired the double in. Is he going to do the same here?
Game,
Yes,
shot,
he
and the match.
will.
Nathan
Girvin seals a 4-2 victory. 4 out of 6 on the doubles, thanks to that 105. A quality encounter. The standard just gets better and better on Tuesday at the Super Series. A 96.92 for Nathan Girvin. It's his second successive 96 average of the day. Dan Reed, 97.6 average. Not enough in the end, and that was mainly due to the doubles. Have a look at that. 2 from 10 for Dan Reed. 4 out of 6 for Nathan Girvin, and that 105 checkout helping him to victory in the end. So 4-2 win for Nathan Girvin. We're going to take a short break. When we return, 2 of the 3 players that started the day at the top, Colin Osborne against Arron Monk, and that's coming up after this short break.
Hello and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Nathan Girvin has just recorded his second victory of this morning's session. Chris Mason, he couldn't have paid for a 90-plus average yesterday. He's now got 2 in succession. Really impressive the way he's been able to regroup today.
Yeah, we picked up on it yesterday about the maturity he showed, even though he would be fully aware of how much of a disappointing day. He didn't let his head drop at all, and he's played this so often now. He understands the format, and you can have bad days, but what a way to bounce back. And another big average, another near 97 average. The clutch finishing in that was absolutely outstanding. The only thing that marred the copybook really was the 2 darts at double 12 off 75, which I was more surprised that he actually missed. But a great performance as well from Dan Reed.
Yeah, 4 out of 6 on the doubles in that one, 50% in his first match as well. It was quite impressive the way that he was prior to this morning's session as well. I saw him outside and he was kind of laughing, saying, well, I can't play as badly as I did yesterday. Is he that relaxed away from darts as well? Is that just him? That's how he approaches it? Yeah,
he's, I mean, he'd done so much work, and he'd done so much work with the academy as well, with Alan Suter as a very experienced player, and I think that attitude has sort of rubbed off on him over the years, and he's a very calm kid. He's very mature for his age, doesn't really get rattled about anything, and he sort of understands the game, that you can't be perfect all of the time, and it's all about winning the moments. You know, this is a marathon, not a sprint, and he's already putting himself in a good position to possibly contest for one of the top 3 places.
Yeah, up to 6 points in the table now. Interestingly, just 2 behind Arron Monk, who, of course, is up next against Colin Osborne. But there could be a 4-point gap between Colin and Arron Monk after this game if Colin's to get the 2 points. But on Arron Monk, we know that he leaves everything out there. We know how he is up on the stage. In that practice room, we've seen in a number of weeks there have been those little mind games. Would you try playing them with Arron?
Oh, well, I probably would. I don't think that's the type of group. But, you know, it's actually a nice group of players, and they're all quite relaxed in there. It's all business. There's, you know, some weeks we get a lot of banter, but there's not too much banter out there at the moment, because I think everybody understands the importance of having a really good Tuesday. You know, it's something that Henry sort of coined moving day, and it is very much one of those kind of days where you can really set your stall out. Obviously, Colin's in a great position, picking up his first win of the day in the opening match, and he'll look to kick on, but it's going to be tough against Arron. He'd also, although in defeat, looked very, very good.
Yeah, he did look good. And is that sometimes harder because you've played so well? You're kind of thinking, what more do I need to do to get those 2 points? And you're just beaten by a superb checkout in the end.
Yeah, well, it was just missed doubles, wasn't it? He created his own downfall by missing key doubles, but that was due to being put under it. But that doesn't happen all the time.
Indeed. Let's see whether he's put under more pressure in this one by Colin Osborne. Henry, back over to you.
Thank you very much indeed, Abby. And what a day we're enjoying here at the Super Series so far. And when you actually divide up the averages following the first 5 matches, we have an overall average of 92 for the day. That is how good the quality we've got on show is here on moving day at the Super Series. And these are the 2 big movers on day 1 of action. Colin Osborne, the 47-year-old from Middlesbrough, 7-time PDC event winner, up against the former world youth champion in Arron Monk, aged 32. From Andover is the Mad Monk. And I wonder whether we're going to see any more quality today. I was just mentioning on the way down, mates, the running average for the day, when you divide the averages up, is 92.
Wowzers. Well, it has. Well, it's looked good, and when I look down my stat sheets, and the lowest average of the day so far is just 86.64. I'd take that all day, every day. And the next lowest is 88.53. The next is 89.54. The rest of it well into the 90s. Just 3 matches, or 3 averages under 90. They're only just under 90.
First leg, it's Colin to throw first.
The lowest average of the day, as you
Game
mentioned, is 86.64 from Gavin Carlin. Colin Osborne topped the group yesterday with an overall daily average of 87.72. That is how far the players have upped it so far today.
Yeah, and so far today,
100.
Colin, of course, was that full 3 win over at Jelle Klaasen. He averaged 91.16. His high yesterday, 95.14. Arron, of course, had the only 10-plus average of the day yesterday, 102.21. So far, the standout performances
60.
been from Nathan Girvin, a 96.73 and a 96.92. His running average for the day yesterday, 80.79. He's put 16
45.
points on that so far today.
If ever the sentence darts is on the day, is ever appropriate, it's that one.
Well, and it is. It really is.
100.
And that's what's so frustrating about the game, but that's what keeps you interested, because, you know, one day when it all clicks and all goes together, and you
60.
just feel like you can't miss, and you'll come in, approach it exactly the same, do the same preparation, have the same mindset, and it just doesn't go. And there's a perfect example of that yesterday
56.
for Nathan, and so far today.
$57.
This tie yesterday was won by Colin
65.
4-3. Wasn't a particularly pretty game, was it, that one?
Both knew the significance of it, didn't they, by that point in the
Colin,
day?
you require 120.
Well, yeah, because Arron was also unbeaten at that point. Colin only denied the perfect day
60.
by Jelle Klaasen in our penultimate match. Klaasen winning full 3, both players averaging over 90 in that one.
140. Colin, you require 60.
Well, we mentioned it yesterday. They showed a little bit too much respect to each other, didn't they, yesterday in this one?
Game shot on the first leg. Colin Osborne.
But that was clinical from Colin Osborne. 1-0 he leads Arron Monk.
Second leg, it's Arron to throw first. $96.
What were the odds before the off? You have them?
Don't believe I have them to hand. I can tell you the running now. 4-7 on Osborne, 5-4 Monk. And perhaps not a surprise following the first 2 games. Nathan Girvan's odds have really come in. He was 5-6 alongside Carlin to win that game in a couple of matches' time. He's now 4-5. Carlin 10-11 to get the win in that.
100. $38. 97.
You see Arron had to split there. That's what I love about that camera angle so much. It's one of the best camera angles we have here at the Super Series.
$140.
Now,
Arron, you
Colin there,
150.
last start in hand, probably should have gone for the bullseye.
In terms of Super Series,
130.
Super Series history, they've met 8 times prior to coming into this week, and it was 4-4. Now 5-4 to Colin after
85.
5-4
Arron, you require
to
20.
Colin after his win yesterday.
No score. Colin, you require 87.
I have no idea what happened there.
But away from the Super Series, it's 4-2 in favour on the head-to-head to Arron.
69. Arron, you require
After slipping
20.
into the 15, Arron decided to bust the score. Decided to do it ambidextrously as well. Level 5.
Game shot on the second
Level
leg.
us up at 1
Arron
apiece.
Monk.
Very good dart that in the end.
Third leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
There's a stark contrast
55.
between the mentality and approach from Arron
30.
and Nathan. Literally is night and day. You can almost see frustration and Arron boiling over.
96.
And yesterday he did manage to control that quite well.
He did manage it very well. But he also won 4 out of 5.
60.
You do lose your opening 2 games. It's very easy to
60.
start to panic. When you're playing well and then just get
82.
outplayed, you sort of hands up Cadbury's, you sort of just take it for what it is. But you're getting embroiled in a bit of a scrappy affair, and there you go. You'd be no good at poker.
55.
Would he be good at arm wrestling?
I was going to say, I'm going to stay well away from that. I think I'll probably break every
47.
bone in my body if I went for an arm wrestle with him.
He's a bit big for you, son. Weight classes for a reason.
$65.
It's off the 25 to leave 170.
$81. Colin, you require 170.
6 from here for 2 on lead.
You need them.
118.
Maybe 5.
Good recovery. Very good recovery from the single one. Here on 52. Arron needs a reply. That's exactly what he musters up. But he's thinking, is it possibly 52. A case of too little too late? As Osborne returns to the 52. Tops.
Game shot on the third leg.
Arron needs
Colin
to realise
Osborne.
is that Colin will be sensing the negativity, and that inspires you as a player, as an
Fourth leg,
opponent.
it's Arron to throw first. Game on.
Got you all over the place here. I'm getting you at it. That's what you feel like.
$41. $70. 60.
Did you go quizzing last night?
Yes.
Did you
60.
Did you get any questions right?
To be fair, I got a very good Roy Hodgson question correct.
Oh yeah, I did hear that. So that university
97.
education was well worth it then.
Well, don't speak to Kirk about it because it's a very sore subject on his behalf. There was 3 rounds on pop music, one for the 2010s. We had pop rock,
140.
which reminds me of a scene from Friday Night Dinner, and then we had a round on US pop artists because we had some American tourists in.
133.
Doesn't sound very much like a normal quiz. It's usually just a branch of questions from each subject, isn't it?
Well, that's
Did you get the physics ones right?
Kirk did.
What, you didn't?
105.
And you went to uni.
Arron, you require
I failed science at
170.
Although Kirk did get a question about trains wrong, so.
$60.
Well, he did ask me
Colin,
that
you
question this
require
morning. I instantly went to
126.
Stevenson and he went, which one? And unfortunately, I made the same error.
We lost points on that, so mind the gap.
98. Arron, you require 110.
How did you do on Countdown, Henry?
54. Colin, you
Never
require
lost.
28.
Double 14 is
Game
a
shot on the
conundrum for
fourth
Colin
leg.
Osborne, and he
Colin
finds the
Osborne.
answer. 3-1 he leads.
Best leg of the match and the first break of throw.
Fifth leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
I'm going to set a challenge because he can hear us in our ears. Course-to-thing. What words do you reckon he could make out of that?
Oh, an anagram. Ooh.
There must be some words you can make out
I'd
of
have
that.
a go myself, but I don't even know how to spell
100.
it. So I'm in a spot of bother there. Well, he came out with a
27.
brilliant one on Saturday. For Martin Adams, I am Dartsman. Genius. He is a genius.
I can't believe the one Chris Murphy said about me that time.
140.
Elaborate. Or can you not? Can you not broadcast it?
60.
One slip of the tongue and I'll be toast.
Well, Colin in absolute control of leg and the match. Nice one, Chris.
55. 60.
Colin's been the one who's just managed to find a way to up the levels in this.
I'm just going to ensure this one goes all the way because, well, it should be 4-1. So, 7-legger incoming. Really get too much reaction from Colin.
42.
Oh, he's really worried about leaving a finish. Nothing Arron can do. 3-5-4.
And because Arron's portraying a lot of emotions, from Colin's perspective, can it be a case you can almost get sucked into it and you let out emotions yourself
59.
sometimes?
Colin, you
Or you could
require
just
164.
Try and put him away too quickly. You can't force the issue in this sport.
100.
Can't make it happen. You've got to let it happen.
42. Colin, you require 64.
So to seal a 4-1 win, Colin Osborne wants 64. Well, we saw this yesterday where on 56 he got the double 16 to leave himself on double 12. That's exactly what he's done again today. And it's exactly the same result. Colin Osborne secures a 4-1 victory against Arron Monk, averaging 81.1 in the process. Disappointment there for Arron Monk, who started the day off well, 1 from 6 on the doubles. But as you can see, Colin Osborne was a player who managed to up it in the end and secure the crucial 2 points from his perspective. We're going to take a short break. When we return, we're going to see Nathan Girvin in action. He takes on Jelle Klaasen.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, where Colin Osborne has just condemned Arron Monk to his second defeat of this morning's session. It was a 4-1 win for Colin in that one. It wasn't the highest quality contest of the day, was it? Too many treble-less visits from Osborne, meaning that despite hitting 4 out of 6 of his double attempts, he averaged just over 81 in that one. But still, as you can see, over 10 points more than his opponent in that one, who hit just 1 of his 6 attempts at the outer ring in that one. And Arron looked a little lethargic at times in that one, didn't he? Berating himself quite a bit up on stage there, just unable to find the level that he produced in defeat to Nathan Girvin a little bit earlier on in this morning's session. We can take a look then at the league table and see what that does. Of course, Colin Osborne extends his lead at the top of the table and also makes his leg difference look a lot healthier as well. He's now plus 12 in that column. Arron Monk remains on 8 points, the same position he was in coming into today's action. Next up, though, we have an incredibly intriguing tie. It's Nathan Girvin against Jelle Klaasen. Nathan Girvin, if he can make it 3 wins from 3 on day 2, then he really starts to close the gap on those above him, doesn't he? He's had a really superb start to this morning's session, but in this particular fixture yesterday, it was Jelle Klaasen who got the 2 points. Of course, Jelle has won 1 and lost 1 today already, hasn't he? Lost his first game to Colin Osborne, but then he did go on to get the better of Gavin Carlin in his second match. He did require multiple attempts at the outer ring to get over the line in that one, though. Looked a little nervy, a little tense at the back end of that one, trying to close out the match. And you feel that if Nathan Girvin can replicate and find that level that he's already produced in his opening 2 games of this morning's session, of course, 2 averages in excess of 96 so far for him today, then you feel he could push Jelle all the way and maybe get another 2 points on the board. So to get into this one then, let's hand back over to our commentary team of Chris and Henry.
Thank you, Abby. Yes, this is a fascinating tie so far today. Klaasen averaging 90. Nathan very close to 97 for the day after 2 matches. He's just got to continue and kick on with that momentum, hasn't he, Nathan? This is a big game.
If he wins this, he goes within 2 points of Jelle Klaasen in second and 4 points of Colin Osborne at the top, although Osborne would then have a subsequent game in hand. If Nathan Girvin loses this, then he's 6 points behind both Osborne and Klaasen, and again, Osborne would have that game in hand.
But Nathan has to play Colin, of course, so
First leg, it's
will
Nathan
be an
to throw
opportunity
first.
for a bit of a swing
Game
there.
on.
A 4-pointer.
Which is why this game is so crucial.
The fly is back. Well, he's been playing today. If it lands on the board, he'll nail it.
85. $76.
Well, the fly had one look and Nathan thought, nah.
140.
I see the fly against Arron Monk.
$48. $81. $77. $123.
Well, this was the trend for Nathan in the last game, wasn't it? His approach play
100.
towards the finishing was
Nathan
absolutely
requires
spot
72.
on against Dan Reed. And he follows
Game
the
shot
trend
the
in the
first
opening leg
leg.
here against
Nathan
Jelle
Girvin.
Klaasen. That's a 14-dart holder throw to open proceedings against the Cobra, leading 1-0.
Second leg, it's Jelle to throw first.
Clinical again. Ironically, he missed the
44.
double 12, didn't he, in his previous match to win it even more comfortably against Dan Reed. Could have won 4-1.
75.
2 darts on the double 12 on the back of the 75 finish.
100. 140. 98.
Got a lovely rhythm to this one, hasn't it? Suiting both.
100.
One of those games that you just knew before the off is going to be played at a wonderful pace, and if both can get flowing, it could well be game of the day. That's the first max of the match. And it heads Klaasen's way, and he's been outscored for the most part, but he may have the opportunity now on the back of that maximum to get himself back level.
There's pressure on it though, and he's only going to get one dart at tops.
Game shot on the second leg. Jelle
14 dart
Klaasen.
hold, followed by a 15 dart hold. For Jelle Klaasen.
Third leg, it's Nathan to throw first. Game on.
We saw it in that first game against Colin Osborne. I know he went on to lose that 4-3 in the end, but most of the opportunities he got in that game was on those finishes, mainly above the ton. Of course, he got the big fish to start his campaign for the day.
Yeah, opening leg for Jelle. Took out the 170.
60.
There's only one issue with that.
Yeah, can only get worse.
140. 100.
Happy with that.
43.
Reprieve. Needs a 2 treble visit. That's perfect for him.
180.
And again, in and around that 250 region, Nathan Girvin comes up trumps with something big, and so does Klaasen in response.
Nathan requires 75.
Double
Game
12,
shot on the third
and that's
leg.
another combination on the
Girvin.
double 12, which Nathan Girvin fires. 72, now the 75. Averaging 109.2. Jelle Klaasen's averaging 97, and he's hardly had a look in this match. We said this could be game of the day. It is proving to be the case after 3 legs.
Yet to miss a double between them.
140.
Look at that, Mace.
Tidy, isn't it?
96.
A game of darts, this.
$57.
The lowest checkout of the game so far is a 72.
121.
Has a PB of 108.23 here at the Super Series.
93.
Threatening. Break a throw here.
81.
Good last one to leave 160. Love a 171, wouldn't he? It's not going to happen.
140. Jelle, you require
a 2 treble
160.
visit to leave a 2 dart combination. Oh my goodness.
140. Nathan, you require 71.
And I bet Nathan Girvin in the background was thinking that's going to go. But
And
yet
he's shot
again,
the
in and
fourth
around the
leg.
70s,
Nathan
he finds the
Girvin.
combination in 2. He leaves 3-1. That time for 14.
He's 3 out of 3 on the doubles.
Fifth leg,
His
it's
3
Nathan to
winning
throw
legs have
first.
all come
Game on.
in 14 darters. He's left 72 after 12, did it in 2. 75 after 12, did it in 2. 71 after 12,
128.
nails it in 2.
There's only been one missed double in this match, and that was
43.
a tops on the back of a 160.
Yeah, that's acceptable.
This is exceptional.
120.
The average ticks above 110 now.
Well, if he can convert 253 in 6,
42.
it will be a PB.
This is incredible. This is stupendous.
140.
He is on target for that PB if the 113 goes.
55. Nathan, you require 113.
To seal an incredible victory. An incredible performance from Nathan Girvin. He's going to return for 60. Not quite going to be a personal best average, but it's going to be the best average of the day if he can take this in 2. To put out the performance of the week so far.
$50.
First starts at a double. Thinking about the win.
58. Nathan, you require 10.
Not going to split.
Game,
and that's
shot,
why, and that
and
is
the
a 16 darter to seal the deal. 4-1, an end average of 105.39, 186 140s, and look at that finishing yet again. 4 from 6 as Girvin makes it 3 from 3. When we come back, Gavin Carlin takes on Colin Osborne.
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where we have just witnessed the performance of the week so far, and it has come from Nathan Girvin to beat Jelle Klaasen by 4 legs to 1 in that match. Just look at that average, 105.39 from Nathan Girvin. He didn't have an average above 90 throughout the course of yesterday's play, but he has really upped his level today. Another superb performance from him in that one, and winning really does breed winning, doesn't it? That's now Nathan Girvin's 3rd win from 3 so far today. He really is showing that maturity, and in a match where it really was free-flowing darts, he really came into his own and showed us what he can do. We can see what that does to the league table. In fact, it is, of course, Jelle Klaasen remaining on 10 points, but Nathan Girvin really closing that gap now on those 2 players in 1st and 2nd, and as you can see, he's now level on points with Arron Monk, both of them on 8. It is, of course, Monk with the superior leg difference, but Nathan Girvin really making his move on moving day 2, of course, of 3 in Group A. Next up, we've got Gav Carlin against Colin Osborne. Osborne, of course, won 4 of his 5 matches yesterday, and he started today incredibly impressively as well, hasn't he? big puff of the cheeks from him, though, when he got that win over Arron Monk in his last match. He knew he wasn't at his best in that match. Too many trebleless visits in that one. He knew that he really got away with one against an Arron Monk who really underperformed in that match. He knew he wasn't at his best, but he will need to up his level, because Gav Carlin, despite losing his opening 2 matches today, of course, he does only have the 1 win to his name in Group A. He did put in 2 very good performances in his opening 2 games of the day. It was the missed doubles in that match against Jelle Klaasen that proved costly in the last leg decider. He missed 10 darts at the outer ring in total in that match. Can Colin Osborne then move closer to yet another superb day here at the Super Series? Let's find out in the company once again of Henry and Chris.
Thank you very much, Abby. So who's going to get the victory in this one? Colin Osborne, the man at the top of the table, but he has got some competition alongside him. Jelle Klaasen, of course, a couple of points behind, and Nathan Girvin really is charging, isn't he? Almost like a horse at the Grand National that just weighs their way through the field, and then as it comes towards the final few hurdles is finding a sprint towards the finishing line. We're heading towards that point of the group now where positions are being jostled for. And of course, it's for the first place at Saturday night's finals, which you can come and join us and be a part of. They're complimentary, they're free of charge. Head over to dartshop.tv for your tickets for that occasion on Saturday evening and every other Saturday up until the end of this phase as well. And whilst you're there, you can get your tickets for the World Seniors Championship, which takes place at the Circus Tavern at the start of February.
66.
I don't know whether you've had a look at who's playing in that at all, Mace.
I have. I have a comprehensive list somewhere, which
96.
I will try and drag up for you.
58.
Be interesting to see how that Mason fella gets on.
Just to get an opportunity to actually have a practice. Right, so far, Robert Thornton, Phil Taylor, Martin Adams, Trina Gulliver, Neil Duff, John Parr, David Cameron, Les Wallace, Bob Anderson, Keith Deller, Tony O'Shea, Kevin Painter, Terry Jenkins, Ronnie Baxter, Roland Sholton, Mark Durbridge, Peter Manley, yours truly, Co Stompy,
59.
Darryl Fitton, and then, of course, Michael Huntley, who won a qualifier on Saturday, and Dennis Harbour on the Sunday. I'm pretty much sure on the order of merit table, there is still one weekend to go.
133.
I think Richie House has been confirmed. I think McGarry is pretty much nailed on. And maybe Dave Prinz or my good pal Andy Jenkins
46.
is
Colin, you require
right
132.
in the mix in terms of the order of merit. So a wonderful lineup. Certainly worth the, I think the tickets on the Thursday are £10. Why not go the VIP and you get a chance to
41.
spend some time in the company of legends Dennis Priestley and John Lowe, and sure the rest of us will be knocking about somewhere.
42. Colin, you
selfie.
require 91.
Yeah, Friday and Saturday's actually sold out. The all-day tickets are sold out, and Friday night completely sold out at the Circus Tavern.
Brilliant.
37.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure on my, well, actually the last time I played, apart from one league game,
100.
I didn't even get a game
Colin,
in
you
the doubles.
require 54.
Much to my disgust, was the night I played in Champions Week. But the preparation will have to start at some point. I think I almost
34.
timed it right with
Gavin, you
my
require
appearance in the
130.
Super Series, so I think I'm sort of, I know what I got to do. Hopefully in January, I may play a Thursday and Friday, because of course there is a collaboration
7.
with the
Colin, you require
World
20.
Seniors Darts Tour and the Super Series, so we'll be getting some of the players from that tour playing in January.
Game shot on the first leg. Colin Osborne.
Well, he's sort of playing to type of how he played in that match against Arron.
Second
He
leg,
did
it's
win
Colin to
4-1,
throw
only
first.
averaged
Game on.
81 though. That's an early break for Colin. Be looking to find another gear, that's for sure. Because he does
101.
Well, his final 2 matches after this one, one's against Dan Reed, the other against Nathan Girvin.
60.
At the moment, he is 6 from 7.
45.
Correct.
Every now and again.
121.
You can get questions right on your specialist subject, unlike some.
Well, if there was a darts and maybe a boxing round, then I'm all right. But outside of that,
140.
That might be an idea for a bit of content. Mastermind. So everyone picks their specialist subjects. We have
85.
2 minutes on it. Maybe put it on the YouTube channel.
yeah, but Kirk's not allowed to play. They're not having that.
Kurt can write the questions.
Oh, God.
Actually, no, maybe not. Maybe not.
125.
I suppose so in
Colin,
Binks's
you
would be
require
Colchester
90.
United away matches, wouldn't it? And Coldplay.
Not sure which is more boring.
$50. Gavin, you require
Now.
170.
Colin has laid down the gauntlet for Gavin. He's saying you're not going to take out the big fish. He was right in that assumption.
140. Colin,
So
you require
Osborne returns to
40.
tops for 2-0. Double 5.
35. Gavin, you require 30.
So Carlin returns for the lesser spotted double 15.
18. Colin, you require 5.
Double 2 for Osborne.
Game shot on the
For
second
2-0.
leg. Colin Osborne.
Got there in the end.
Here's one for you that probably does come up in quizzes. The smallest ever boxing world champion.
Third leg, it's Gavin
I
to throw
actually
first.
Seen
Game
him
on.
fight at the Docklands when Nazim fought Tommy Johnson.
140.
And it was baby Jake McLala from South Africa. And he actually fought England's Mickey
60.
Cantwell that night. It was a wonderful card.
$26.
Robin Reed was on the card and Steve Collins. It was a wonderful night. But when boxing used to be brilliant.
Here we go. Here's a general knowledge one for you, mate.
Oh no.
What day of the week
85.
do all packets of crisps best before date end? So what day of the week do all packets of crisps go out of date?
85.
Sunday.
Saturday. We'll have to work out who's everyone's specialist subjects as
140.
well.
It's not crisps.
So we've got boxing. What do you reckon Abby's would be?
Football.
Football.
Swansea.
Yeah, Swansea, football.
135.
And probably football ground. She must have been to them all now when she works for Sky and TalkSport, of course. It was quite a funny moment. She was at doing a match and it was a Cardiff game and they lost and I could almost see the smile.
26. Gavin, you require 115.
Charlie's very good on sitcoms.
Is he?
Big Only Fools fan.
43.
I do have a 60-inch television at home, but it's purely for decorative purposes. It's plugged into nothing. Honest, it's literally plugged into absolutely nothing.
140.
Got to be at home first to use it.
Yeah,
Gavin,
exactly.
you require 72.
Well, my current energy bills are around about £3 a month. And I think
52.
that's the electric being used by the smart
Colin,
meter.
you require 50.
Shots
Game
to
shot on the
Osborne for
third
3-0.
leg. Colin Osborne.
Well, we had a look at this one before the off, didn't we? They went even money, Gavin, 8 to 11, Osborne, and we both thought that was
Fourth
massive.
leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on. $85. 58.
Next up after this, Arron Monk up against Dan Reed. And then Carlin will return to action against Nathan Girvin. Colin Osborne has a little bit of a break after this one.
58.
He'll return in 3 games time against Dan Reed.
83.
By the way, that baby Jack Malala was 4'10". An incredible fighter. Absolutely outstanding.
30. 140.
Anyway, we've established it's not a proper quiz night unless you have 3 rounds of music, so... How good are you on your
60.
2010s US pop?
Well, I'm a big hip-hop fan, so unless it was anything to do with that, then unlikely.
59.
I do like a bit of Frank Sinatra as well, has to be said. Bit of Tom Jones thrown in there.
92. Gavin, you require 161.
Oh, Gavin Carlin at the point of no return.
Oh, he's decided to change his mind right at the last minute. That's why he stepped back to
137.
recompose, and that was the right decision in the end, leaving himself on 24.
How much pressure can Colin put him under? That's not bad for him. He can normally
60.
drop one on top.
Gavin, you require
of the low dart.
24.
Double 12 for Carlin.
Game shot on the
For
fourth
3-1.
leg. Gavin Carlin.
Is it just a consolation leg? It is a break of throw.
Fifth leg, it's Gavin to throw first. Game on.
Well, it's been a while since you had a 4-3, Mace.
Well done.
$180.
sorted that out. As soon as you said that, I could hear the gallery groan.
140.
They do that anyway. Oh, hello. Hello, Gav.
140. 140.
I'll tell you what, this has been an excellent leg. 180, 140, 140, 140.
Yeah, more of the same, please, lads. It's
22.
Well, you're on fire this leg, aren't you? You've jinxed the 9. You've created a 7-legger.
Devoured the quality. Shall I just go?
85.
Probably the best thing I've said all year.
grab your coat.
I can hear the comment section on YouTube.
139. Colin, you require 136.
Well, there should be some way to win the match for Colin Osborne. 136. When it happens, so Colin's going to return the double 10 for 3-2.
58. Gavin, you require 20.
Double 5.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
14
Gavin
darter
Carlin.
from Gavin Carlin. Pegs one more back, 2 on the spin. This is the biggest leg.
6th leg, it's Colin
the
to throw
match for
first.
Colin.
Game on.
He has the honour.
And perhaps the issue is for Colin is that he took advantage of Carlin just on an off patch a bit,
100.
and he's just up to, hasn't he, the last couple of legs.
$100.
Had to go downstairs. The way his darts lie, when that first one goes
98.
above the wire, he can't see much of that treble 20 bed.
No.
180.
All of a sudden, Gavin Carlin fancies the job. 180s in each of the last 2 legs.
He's turned the screw here, Gavin Carlin.
$60. 60.
Carlin's going to get a go at 161, but under how much pressure? A fair bit.
140.
A fair bit of pressure.
Gavin, you require 161.
This may have to go, Gav. It may still do go.
97. Colin, you require 103.
It is still on. But he needed to find
37.
the triple
Gavin, you
rare for a
require
subsequent dart at double
64.
19. And so Gavin Carlin to take us to a decider. And so one dart at double 16
32.
doesn't go, and he just paused before releasing the
Colin, you
second dart.
require
Did that just
66.
disrupt the rhythm a little bit, I wonder?
Well, here's an opportunity for Colin to get it done and dusted here. Double 6.
Game,
go
shot,
your own way,
and the
Colin.
match. Colin Osborne.
It is 66 in 2, and Gavin Carlin came so close to giving us yet another 7-leg shootout. Well, the average is 82 and 81. 4 out of 11 on the doubles for Colin Osborne. When we come back, a big match for both players as Arron Monk faces off against Dan Reed.
Hello and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Colin Osborne has just made it 7 wins from 8 in Group A. Another dominant display, certainly to start with, despite being at his best in that one. There's no disputing that Colin's level has certainly dipped slightly in his last 2 matches, but the damage was done early on with Gavin Carlin's level very low to begin with, and the damage, as I said, had already been done. We can see then what that does to the league table with that victory for Colin Osborne. Of course, his 180s have certainly dried up in his last 2 matches, but he's still able to extend his lead at the top of the table. He moves on to 14 points in the league standings. Next up then, we've got Arron Monk against Dan Reed. Monk's finishing yesterday was certainly a highlight for him, wasn't it? 40% checkout success for him yesterday. We can take a little look then at his finishing montage. We all love a montage, don't we? It was one of the real highlights of his game yesterday. He is still looking for his first victory on day 2. He looked incredibly dejected against Osborne, just wasn't able to find that high level that he'd shown in defeat to Nathan Girvin in his opening match of the day. If he can reproduce some of this finishing that we saw from him yesterday, though, he will certainly be a threat in Group A once more. But he does come up against an inspired Dan Reed, who's made a really impressive start to the day, of course, winning his opening game and then in defeat to an inspired Nathan Girvin in his second match. He did average in excess of 97 himself, so there's plenty of encouragement for him to take into this game. Who's going to get the 2 points? Lads, back over to you.
Thank you very much indeed, Abby. Well, if you look at the form guide going into this game, you would say Dan Reed looks the winner. The bookmakers, though, Mace, have a bit of a different story.
Yeah, they go 8-11. Arron Monk, even money. Dan Reed, and on what we've seen today, Dan Reed won his opener at 4-3 against Gavin Carlin with a 91.4. Won it with a 1-2-4 out, 1-180. Arron averaged 91 in defeat to Nathan Girvin. And then averaged 69-67 against Colin Osborne. Dan Reed backed his 91.4 up with a 97.62. Form line points to
First leg, it's Arron to throw
Dan Reed
first.
win at evens.
Game on.
That 97 average came in a defeat as well to Nathan Girvin.
$98. 121.
And starts where he left off.
$96. 100. 140.
I suppose this is always the caveat with Arron. Of course, we've mentioned the statistics, but any one moment he can
95.
just
Arron,
click
you
into
require
gear.
167. 97.
70 after 12 for Monk. Reed back on 185.
90.
Goes down for
Arron,
the
you
ball,
require
gets the ball to
70.
leave himself on 95. Monk on 70 then for the opening leg. 1 dart at tops.
50.
Drags
Dan,
just
you
below.
require 95.
Should be going ball for a start. Wants 20 and ball. Double 5 for the steal.
Game shot on the
In it
first leg.
goes.
Dan Reed.
15 dart, break of throw. And the woes continue for Arron Monk.
Leg that
Second leg, it's Dan to throw
dominates
first.
as well. Had a dart at tops to win it. Didn't convert. Now finds himself 1-0 down and a break against him.
60.
And in fairness, he felt that second dart had to go into the trouble because the way the first dart went into the 25, it completely obscured the bed. Not that it would have mattered for you, Mace, because you would have found a route to anyway, but...
Absolutely. Easy as pie.
$180.
How many numbers is there in pi? The decimal places?
I don't know how many times I taught. I didn't go to school. I was expelled. Or I was on the
100.
hop most of the time.
$100. Dan, you require 161.
And how many times would you use that in your everyday life anyway?
Hardly
Bit
ever.
like algebra and all that kind of stuff. You just
Literally everything I taught, everything that was
50.
taught in maths at school was, well, pretty much useless. They don't show you how to put invoices in or practical stuff for day-to-day life. Oh, no. If X is Y and Karen's got 12 sweets and she gives 6 away, what's left? Tots for Dan Reed, and that equation does not spell 0 and does not spell the leg.
double 11.
62. Dan, you require 20.
The 2-zip.
Game shot on the second leg.
There it is.
Dan Reed.
For Dan Reed. Monk has had a dart to win both of these opening 2 legs so far. But it's Dan Reed who converts and opens up a 2-0 lead, backs the break up with a hold.
119.
And this is markedly better from Arron Monk. Mentioned at the start of this game, he's the sort of player that can just click into gear at any one moment. That's what he's showing here, averaging 98. Finds himself behind.
85. $121.
It was actually a
96.
huge improvement from last time out against Colin Osborne, isn't it? He averaged just shy of 70. At the moment, he's averaging 97.
76.
Still finds himself 2-0 down. Just looks to be a bit more purpose to his play.
57.
But in fairness to Colin, in that game, he didn't play particularly great either. And Arron's kind of gone along with the pace in this one while he's setting
41.
the pace
Arron,
in scoring terms.
144.
Another. Would have left double 12. He's got the luxury of time with Reed back on 2-2-3, leaving himself on 48. To bring it back to 2-1, but he's going to have to find a break at some point.
41. Arron, you require 48.
We've been broken in the opener. Chops is the target he chose, and it's now along to double 10,
38.
and that flies inside. Reed back on 182. Monk will return for double 5. Will he adopt the Jared
100.
Cole?
Arron, you require 10.
I do. Very nearly the treble one.
8.
Dear.
Dan, you require 82.
Well, this is a bit of a mess. Double 16 for 3-0 for the double break and for a real steal. Even Dick Turpin wore a mask.
Clinical finishing from Dan Reed. It has to be said, he's 3 from
Full
6.
leg, it's Dan to throw first. Game on.
180. Yet to hit a 140, incredibly.
60. 134. 100. 38.
It's a bit unlucky. Finding the corners of each of the treble 1 and treble 5.
140.
Well, this would be massively damaging in terms of legs difference. If Dan Reed can
140.
win this one 4-0.
And it would put Dan Reed onto -4, and it would send Arron Monk
97.
back to -1. That is a seismic shift.
134. Dan, you require
Well, he's got
104.
an opportunity to win it. Oh, not now. 10 or a 6 or a 2.
64. Arron, you require 55.
So Arron's going to get 2 more darts.
Game shot
At
on the
tops,
fourth
converts
leg.
it first time
Arron
this
Monk.
time. Brings it back to 3-1, gets one of those breaks back.
Fifth leg, it's Arron to throw first. Game on.
I think he was just double checking it was a break there. He was having a good look at the screen that the players get to see the scoreboard on just to the left, just off the camera which the players throw from.
100.
Yeah, it's just a huge monitor, isn't it? Basically, effectively does what a chalker would do, but we don't have a chalker on stage.
45.
Actually in the gallery, inputting all the data.
There's a reason why he's in the gallery and not on the stage.
140.
Does a great job. Is a guy called Taylor.
60. 131.
Make sure every single dart is correlated correctly. It doesn't just help input the scorecards for the players, but it also sends out information to us as
140.
commentators
Arron,
and
you
helps out with
require
statistics and
130.
sends all the odds to all the people around the world.
90.
So Monk leaving tops after 12, and suddenly he pulls this back to 3-2. He's had opportunities in the legs
60.
subsequent
Arron, you require 40.
that Reed has won.
Game shot on the
Things
fifth
begin to get a
leg.
bit interesting
Arron
now.
Monk.
Yeah, that was a 13 dart leg for Arron. Well, 2 of the 4
Sixth leg, it's Dan to
one
throw
that he
first.
needs.
$121. 140. 59.
Has just opened the door, that 59 for Arron Monk. And he is looking to take full advantage.
100.
A tunnel do. A tunnel do at this juncture. Or will it?
140.
Good response from Dan Reed.
As Arron just left himself
91.
too much to do.
Unless the 170 goes, Dan Reed has 6 and 181,
100.
and that last
Arron,
dart
you
was
require
crucial
170.
to take us all the way. The 170 won't go, and so Dan Reed will get an opportunity at 81. He should
40.
at least get a dart at the ball for the match. And I think he's just lost a dart down the light stand to the side of
Dan,
us.
you require 81.
He's going to get 2. A double 12.
Game,
He
shot,
only needs the
and
one.
the match.
And Dan Reed
Dan
completes
Reed.
a 4-2 victory against Arron Monk. And a man that we expected to make some moves on moving day, Dan Reed is beginning to do so. Nice embrace between the pair at the end. Dan Reed winning with an 88.4 average. Arron Monk averaging just under 95 in defeat there. The stats are on your screen now, but it was those 2 from 8 on the doubles, including missed darts at a double in both leg 1 and leg 2, which came to cost Arron Monk in the end. Dan Reed, 4 out of 7 on the doubles, averaging 88.4. He's the victor in that one. We're going to take a short break. When we return, the player of the day so far on Tuesday here at the Super Series is in action. Nathan Girvin, he takes on Gavin Carlin.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
And don't forget, you can book your free tickets for finals night by visiting dartshop.tv. We hope to see plenty of you here over the next few weeks. But back here in Group A, Dan Reed has just come through victorious to condemn Arron Monk to his 3rd defeat on day 2 here in Group A. It was a 4-2 victory for Reed in that one. Arron Monk put in the performance of the day yesterday, didn't he, in Group A? But that's now a 3rd straight defeat for him. That is his best performance of the day, though, by far. There were spells of good stuff from Monk in there, but too often it was messy. And as we highlighted before that match, Monk's finishing yesterday was a real strong point for him, but just 25% checkout success in that match for him. We can take a look at the league table then, and that of course means that Monk remains on 8 points. And in our next match of the day, Nathan Girvin, who started the day rock bottom. He could leapfrog Arron Monk if he's to get 2 points in his match against Gavin Carlin. That's next up, of course, and he will move into double figures in the league table. As I mentioned, it's Gavin Carlin against Nathan Girvin up next, and it was Gavin Carlin who was the 4-1 winner in this one yesterday. It was, of course, his only victory to date in this group. He mounted a bit of a comeback, didn't he, in his last match against Colin Osborne today. He has produced a really high level at times today, but his finishing too often letting him down. And whilst he was quite impressive at times in that defeat to Osborne, just left himself too much to do in that one in the end. Nathan Girvin, of course, comes into this one looking for his 4th straight victory on day 2. It's been a fantastic day for the youngster, really rallied after a real poor day yesterday, and he's looking to replicate what he has so far. 2 averages in excess of 97 and then that one of 105 in his last match. Can he produce a similar standard in this one? Let's hand back to our commentary team to find out.
Thanks, Abby. And, well, we picked out the even money shot in the last one. Gavin is even money in this one, but it's Nathan at 4 to 6, so I think is enormous.
Are we taking commission, Mace?
Yeah, we should be. Gave you some absolute blinders so far today. Tell you one thing, Nathan will be thinking, right, revenge after yesterday. He has played
First leg, it's Gavin to
today.
throw first. Game on.
Running average for the day of, it's got to be close to 100.
Well, he averaged 96.73 in his first game against Arron Monk,
60.
and then it was a similar average, pretty much banged to the nose against Dan Reed, and then, of course, that blockbuster 105.39.
96.
His running
56.
average for the day is 99.6.
Wasn't far off then. All those maths lessons.
46.
Nathan is thinking, ooh, say 145 to leave.
65.
60. More importantly, he wants to break early. If he actually
99.
won this one 4-0, he would go into second base.
Which way you consider where he was at the start of the day, right at the very foot of the table, is quite some return.
Treble 18 is the shot.
88.
Down to 152. Trust me, all the players will be aware of the form because they sit in there
58. Nathan,
we
you
watch
require
the monitor,
152.
see the averages popping up.
$92.
Leave
Gavin,
60.
you require 142.
Well, there's plenty of options here on 142. 2 treble 17s and tops. Lots of room, wasn't there?
Looked like a lovely lie.
72.
Yeah.
Nathan, you require
The
60.
way Nathan's playing, you don't expect Gavin to come back to the board. Double 10, open bed to aim at.
$40.
Rob Cross reset.
Gavin, you require
Didn't
70.
work on this occasion. 19 ball. Tends to leave tops. I'm amazed he didn't go treble 10. Oh dear.
$14. Nathan, you require 20.
So double 10 for the break for Girvin, up for double 5.
Game shot on the first leg. Nathan Girvin.
Gets there in the end. He's done the hard work today. Doesn't want to become negative because it was a
Second leg, it's Nathan to
20
throw
dart breaker
first.
throw.
Game on.
It's all about continuing with those 2-point wins.
57. $140.
So we've got the iconic voice that is Charlie
92.
Courstefine. Then we've got Marco Meyer with us from tomorrow onwards.
140.
Marco. That's another one. What's the tallest?
128.
It is the Dutch.
It is. I should imagine that comes up on
140. $140. Gavin, you require 81.
I did a
56. Nathan, you require 84.
It said from 6 to 10 years. I did it in 2 weeks.
Bullseye for Girvin.
51.
Wow.
Gavin, you require 25. Game shot on the second leg.
14
Gavin
darter.
Carlin.
And the break back.
Third leg, it's Gavin to throw first. Game on. $60. $94. $134. $58.
Quite happening for him in this match so far.
35.
Again, it's because of the low dart on the 20.
128. $92.
He wanted at least a 25 there to leave 167.
134.
Again, that approach play from around the 200s for Nathan Girvin.
Yeah, the double trouble visit on cover.
44. Nathan, you require 87.
19s this time. Treble 17. Leaves double 18. He likes it over here.
Game shot on the third leg.
That's a 14
Nathan
dart breaker
Girvin.
throw response. That's more like it.
And it was those types of finishes that we saw in his last game against Jelle Klaasen, when it was
Fourth leg, it's Nathan
treble to
throw
double
first.
around the
Game on.
70s and 80s region.
It was 80, 72 and 75, wasn't it? It was
60.
clinical.
It was a treble to lead double 12. It was a guarantee in that game.
$81.
Well, I like that
58.
for a start. Preferred it in the treble, of course, so would Nathan, but he's conscious that he's just going under with far too much
121.
regularity, so he just put one out there, but there we go.
140. $60.
Second consecutive leg, I think, where he's left 299. Gavin Carlin, which complicates things.
100.
Starts downstairs this time.
133. Nathan, you require
passes it.
143. $96. Gavin, you require 106.
He's asking the question. Treble 17 and tops.
$50. Nathan, you require 47.
A 3-1 lead. Double 16,
Game
two in hand,
Sean
only needs the
foreplay.
one.
Nathan Girvan.
We had a 7 on the doubles now, and if he can win this one 4-1, that will cancel out the
Fifth leg, it's Gavin to throw
-3
first.
in the leg difference.
Game on. $140.
Hit it would.
Two things I've got right in one day. Wow.
$140.
Ask for a raise.
100. $95.
Again, great last start. Just staying in touch. Oh, this is good.
140.
140, ton 140.
$96. Gavin, you require 121.
Now for treble 17. And now the bullseye.
75.
Have to go for it.
Nathan, you require 170.
He will not win it on the fish on this occasion, and so
55.
Carling will return
Gavin, you require
for 46 to bring it back to 3-2. And you get 2 darts at tops. That's a nice marker.
Game shot,
Beautiful
the fifth
lie
leg. Gavin
for that
Carlin.
final dart to find its way into the bed. But Nathan Girvin here has the darts to complete a 4-2 victory
Sixth leg, it's
and to
Nathan throw
complete
first. Game
his
on.
4th victory of the day from 4.
42.
What's that? Gives that an old-fashioned look.
81.
And if Nathan can win this game, he'll put him on to 10 points within 4 of
123.
Colin Osborne. And he plays Colin last game.
Yeah. Yeah. Penultimate match of the session
96.
is Nathan versus Colin.
$100.
You get the sense that that could be potentially a group-defining match.
82. $140.
Yet again, finding a 2 treble visit to leave a 2-dart finish. That's been his MO all day.
55. Nathan, you require 96.
Or 4-2 win. Double 8 decided against the double-double. 2-8, 2 in it, 4-2, and Nathan Girvin's perfect day continues. He's 4 from 4, and here's the man making a march here on moving day at the Super Series. He gets the better of Gavin Carlin by 4 legs to 2, an average of 92.19. That's actually his lowest average of the day so far. That's how well he's been playing. 4 out of 9 on the doubles, 44%. That equates to at a high checkout of 96. Chris Mason has made his way up to the balcony. He'll be chatting with Abby after this short break. And also after that, we're going to see Jelle Klaasen in action. He's up against Arron Monk.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. What a day Nathan Girvin is having. He couldn't average above 90 yesterday. He hasn't dipped below that average so far today. Another really impressive display from him in that one to make it 4 wins from 4 on the second day of action in Group A. Really superb, especially when you consider how he played yesterday.
Yeah, he didn't get off to the greatest start in this match, but literally just carved out the win, and that was the important. It was just getting those 2 points. It doesn't matter how, it's just about getting the 2 points. And going into today, I think if you'd have said to him, would you take 4 out of 5, he'd have taken it, and he's 4 out of 4. And of course, he's got to play Colin in his final game of the day. That's the penultimate game of the session, and a chance to go 5 from 5, and he will fancy that.
Yeah, you mentioned that. He will certainly fancy it because Colin, whilst he's having a very good day himself, his 180s have certainly dried up. He's hit 14 so far in Group A, but none in his last 2 matches, and his level has dipped in those 2 as well. So Nathan Girvin will certainly fancy the perfect day. Yeah,
Nathan's averaging in the high 90s, and Colin at the moment is in the sort of mid to late 80s. So yeah, on form, and you know, on day 2 you can really look at the form. We've got a big enough sample, hence we thought Nathan would win that one and the other matches before it, because the form is there for everybody to see.
And it just goes to show, doesn't it, that day 1 really can be irrelevant, especially if you have that mental strength to be able to put it behind you like Nathan does. But on the flip side of that, Arron Monk had a phenomenal day yesterday. Penny for his thoughts at the moment.
Yeah, I think very much like Nathan yesterday, you get off to a bad start, it tends to sort of ruin your day, and then you're more worried about just getting 1 win from somewhere. But he played very well last time out, Arron. It was a really tidy average, mid-90s. Didn't get the win, unfortunately, but he'll certainly have a bit more positivity going into this next match.
Yeah, and he has played well, but would you say he's maybe lacking that bit of fire in his belly at the moment? He's not really showing that passion up there that we normally see from him. Maybe looks a little bit dejected despite putting in some good performances. Yeah, and
again, it boils down to not getting that win. You know, he's not picked up a win, and yesterday 4 out of 5 looked very good at times. Again, you know, he's had 1 bad game today, averaging 70 against Colin Osborne. Outside of that, he's been going along quite nicely, but he's got a toughie up next in Jelle Klaasen, who looks decent himself.
Indeed. Can Arron Monk get that first win on day 2? Then he's certainly, as May said, shown the levels in order to do so. Can he turn performances into points? Let's find out. Henry, back over to you.
Thank you very much, Abby. As you say, Arron Monk averaging 85 for the day. Jelle Klaasen 89 over the 3 matches so far. Klaasen, who may be the player in this group, just going under the radar a little bit. We know Colin Osborne is the man at the top of the table. We know Nathan Girvin is the man on the march, but Jelle Klaasen is in the middle of that sandwich at the top of Group A on 10 points. And has just been consistent throughout, which is maybe the reason why he's gone under the radar a little bit, following the brilliance of Girvin today.
First leg, it's Jelle to throw first.
What happened in this one?
Game on.
Against Arron. And maybe Jelle just going under the radar a little bit. 96. And I don't think he'll mind that too much.
$69. 94. 60.
I was impressed with Arron last time out. Did go down 4-2 to Dan Reed, but did average 94.4. Just a couple of missed doubles scuppered his chances of picking up a much-needed win, but
140.
Switched on here.
140. 85. Jelle, you require 113.
113.
Been crunching some numbers over there, mate?
Just a few. We'll delve into that a bit more in the next
42.
Couple of legs.
Arron, you require 147.
What is it you want to know? Or what were you trying to work out?
Just digesting the stats on
40.
in terms of players'
Yellow, you require
averages
71.
for the day.
31. Arron, you require 107.
For a break of throw. 88 left, treble 16. Ooh, would have left tops.
51. Yellow, you require 40.
One stat that I'm
30.
really interested in
Arron, you
seeing
require 56.
once the session is complete is the doubling stats for Nathan Girvin. He's gone
Game shot on the first leg.
50%,
Arron Monk.
66%, 66%, and 50%.
Second leg, it's Arron to throw first. Game on.
Arron does get the early break.
57.
And you just want to steady the ship here and just pick up a win against Jelle Klaasen. He's in
100.
danger doing the opposite of what Nathan's achieved today. 4 out of 4, but the wrong way.
And one win throws him
85.
right back in the mix as well.
Just what it does for you mentally.
41.
See the emotions getting the better of him in that match against Colin Osborne a little earlier.
100.
This is match number 11 of 15. Still to come.
100.
Colin Osborne against Dan Reed. That could be tasty. Arron against Gavin. And then Nathan Girvin against Colin Osborne and Dan Reed against
140.
Incredibly, Colin Osborne is the player at the top of the group, but has the lowest daily average running.
96.
Yep.
Arron, you require
Doesn't surprise
119.
me. What is he in? Mid-80s?
84.46. Nathan Girvan, by contrast, has a daily average of 97.81.
59. Yellow, you require
Stunning.
164.
Absolutely outstanding.
Talking about outstanding.
120. Arron, you require 60. $50. Yellow, you require 44.
See the frustration because he's did the hard bit to create the opportunity.
4.
And he gets another go. Lucky boy.
Arron, you require 10.
One up, one in, as they say.
No score.
No, 3 up,
Yellow,
no
you
in.
require 40.
Double
Game
10
shot
to
on the
level us
second
up
leg.
and to
Jelle
get the
Klaasen.
break back for Jelle Klaasen. One apiece it is.
Third leg, it's Jelle
40
to throw
darts
first.
to complete
Game on.
the first 2 legs.
93.
Just waiting for this one to catch fire.
Well, up until the missed doubles, it wasn't a bad leg, was it?
Not at all.
78. $58.
Yellow with just the one win today. 4-3 win over Gavin Carlin, where he averaged 90.51.
140.
Good average despite missing 11 darts at a double.
83. $136.
Excellent approach there from Arron Monk to leave him on 147.
97. Arron, you require 147.
There we go, unlucky there. And so Klaasen has already taken out the
88.
Big fish today.
Yellow, you require 170.
And he reel it in again, not on this occasion. And so Monk returns for what would be a
96.
third
Arron, you
consecutive break
require
of throw in this
59.
match. Tops.
Game shot on the third
No
leg.
double
Arron
trouble
Monk.
there. Best leg of the match, 14 dart. Third consecutive break of throws you
Fourth
mentioned.
leg, it's Arron to throw
And
first.
that will frustrate him even more because should be 3-0 up and have a bit of breathing space. Just having that cushion is
96.
what you crave.
Can we begin to call it a breakathlon now?
Is Jelle using different darts here?
180.
What he used a little earlier, they just look a little bit different to me.
He will delve
140.
into that.
Yeah, we'll have a look back at some earlier action.
99.
Well, maybe the flights are different. Yeah, the flights are
They were,
pink.
yeah, like a pinky purple, weren't they?
171.
Lovely shot from Arron there. Cancelling out the
96. Arron, you require 94.
Jelle.
$37. Yellow, you require 126.
Now, it's the same setup from the last. No, no, there's a
86.
different
Arron, you
shape.
require
Different
57.
shaped barrel, isn't it?
Yeah. He has changed it up.
Doing a Peter Wright.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Well,
Arron Monk.
Clinical on the finishing from Arron. That was a 15 darter in our first hold of throw.
Fifth leg, it's Jelle to throw first.
It's one of those games where you had to threaten a hold.
58. $59.
Yeah, just have a look at Jelle's stems here. It's definitely different from the ones that he had against Nathan last time out.
96.
Maybe the same, just different colours. I'm not quite sure. Pop in and
136.
ask him at the end of this one, mate.
Well, if it works for the reigning world champion,
Tell Arron you
43.
wanna have a little roll around with him.
you'll have to book another commentator for tomorrow.
98.
Definitely say, I think it probably
58.
curls your body weight.
I heard hospital food's quite nice.
Well, this is quite nice.
180.
His first max of the match has had a 171, of course. He's won the last two legs in
180.
and
Arron, you
15.
require 28.
This is for a 14 and the win.
Game, shots,
Gets
and
the
the
win
match.
in
Arron
15,
Monk.
averaged over a ton in the back end of that match in the final three legs, winning legs of 14, 15 and 15. An end average of 88.06, and that is Arron's first win of the day. Up next, match number 12, Colin Osborne against Dan Reed.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where Arron Monk has just recorded his first victory of the day, and it was a rather convincing one, wasn't it? A 4-1 win for him over Jelle Klaasen in that one. Things were looking rosy for Arron Monk at the end of day one, weren't they? But that is just his first victory on day two. There was some good stuff in there from both players, but it felt like they were both going through the motions for much of that one, neither setting the world alight in the scoring or finishing phases of the game until a really nice 15-dart leg from Monk in the last leg to close things out. As you can see, 4 out of 12 on the outer ring for him in that one. 3 180s in total. Jelle Klaasen really disappointing at the back end of legs, pinning just 1 of his 8 attempts at a double in that one. We can have a look at the league table then at this stage with 4 more matches to bring you on day 2, and it is Colin Osborne, the man we've got up next for you, who is still leading the way and has the opportunity to extend his lead at the top if he's to pick up 2 points against Dan Reid. Arron Monk, though, with his first victory on day 2, moves up to 2nd in the table because of his superior leg difference over Girvin and, of course, Jelle Klaasen. Dan Reid then on 6 points at the moment coming into this game, but he'll be certainly impressed with the level of performances that he's been able to deliver so far today. As for Colin, 3 wins from 3 for him so far in this session. Osborne as well, 7 out of 8 victories in Group A. He really has been the most consistent performer, but in his last 2 matches, as we mentioned prior to that last game, there has been a bit of a drop-off from him in his last 2 games. He was the winner in this fixture yesterday, though. His level, he will want to replicate what he did in this match and, of course, throughout yesterday, where he was performing at a very consistent level. I mentioned that he has already got 14 180s in Group A, but none in his last 2 games. Too many trebleless visits in recent matches. Will he be able to put that right in this one and move further clear at the top of Group A? Let's hand back to our commentary team to find out.
Thank you very much, Abby. And 4 games to go today, and they are 4 huge matches at the top end of the table. Colin Osborne is going to be playing in 2 of them. The first of them here against Dan Reid, who really has been one of the impressive performers on day 2, probably because of the brilliance of Nathan Girvin. It's perhaps gone under the radar a little bit, but so far today, a running average of 92.5.
Yeah, that's 7 points higher than his opponent. Yet it's Colin who's the 4-7 favourite. Dan Reid 5-4.
When you look at the double statistics today, there's not really much separating them. First game, bang on same double stats, 4 out of 13. Then
First
for
leg,
Dan Reid, 4-2 defeat to Nathan Girvin. He was 2 from 10, then 4 from 7 against Arron Monk. Whilst for Colin Osborne, 4 from 6 in that victory against Arron Monk and 4 from 11 against Gavin Carlin. So not much to separate them there, but the scoring stats do really favour Dan the man.
96.
Yeah, well, the last 2 matches for Colin Osborne, he's averaged 81 in both of them. Dan Reid's averaged 88.4 and
60.
97.62.
The stats lead to 1 winner, but as we know,
100.
anything can happen when we actually put them on the board.
In their meeting yesterday, it was a 4-2 win for Colin Osborne, but he averaged 95.14 at 3 180s, 93.65 for Dan Reid. But so far in the last couple of matches, Colin Osborne's not been at that level.
But what he has done is found victories. And ultimately, that is the reason why he is in
100.
such a privileged position at the top of the group.
$60.
After this, we're going to see Arron Monk in action against Gavin Carlin, Nathan Girvin up against Colin Osborne. That feels like a
93.
huge game. And then Dan Reid and Jelle Klaasen rounds off the day's action. And we just had a little look at the first fixtures for tomorrow as well. Game 1. Nathan
100.
Girvin up against
Colin, you require
Colin
112.
Osborne.
Well, if it goes the way I think it goes, because I actually quite fancy Dan Reed to win this
60.
tie, just on the basis of where Colin Osborne's game is right now. And then Nathan beats Colin.
60. Colin,
They
you
play each other
require
in the opening
52.
game. They could end up both on 14 points by around about 10 to 10 tomorrow. Colin Osborne has other ideas.
Game shot on the first leg. Colin
He
Osborne.
holds in 18. And Reed just didn't get going at all there.
Second leg, it's Dan to throw first.
Too many troublous visits.
140.
Cancel that.
You were saying?
$100.
Or is it a case of what the
100.
bookies seem to do so often? Get it wrong, but somehow get it right. Reads 13 to 8 in running.
97.
Reminder of the players that are joining us later on this week. Group C sees the return of the artists, Kevin Painter,
55.
Martin Turner, and Tony Wood makes his debut in this competition. And then the defending champion returns to reclaim his crown. Conan Whitehead will be back
85.
Thursday night. And he's going to be joined by Darryl Pilgrim, who also played in Champions Night. And Danny Smith, who made his debut in Southampton, he returned to a second
60.
go. Conan, a big Welling United fan.
He is. I'm looking forward to seeing Conan back. I'm just glad I'm not playing.
59. Dan, you require 146. $138. Colin, you require 160.
He's himself on double 4. Osborne needs something inspired. The Wizard needed to pull off a magic spell there.
60. Dan, you require 8.
60. So not too much pressure on the double 4. He has had an issue today. It has been
Game shot on the
doubles,
second
but
leg. Dan
matches
Reed.
the 18 dart hold of Colin in leg 1.
Just waiting
Third leg, it's Colin to throw
for the
first.
blue touch paper to
Game
be
on.
lit in this particular match.
Just waiting for someone to stake a claim for the game and grab the match by the scruff of the neck.
100.
Seen this in a couple of other Collins games today where he's just managed to find a way. It may not have always been
95.
pretty, but whether you do what Nathan Girvin does and averages 105 and then 96 and whatever, the 2 points are the same 2 points ultimately.
Yeah. That's experience for you.
180.
Sometimes you have to win ugly. There was nothing ugly about that, Max.
85.
And one of Colin's successes came in the Championship League, which is a very similar format to this.
It is. In fact, I think we used to play 8 matches in that.
44.
Wasn't it best of 11 as well?
No, 10. You could get a draw.
60.
But they were long old days.
They were tough. literally was all day.
43.
Final used to be around about 6 o'clock. I'm pretty sure it started at 10:30.
180. Colin, you require 134.
That's part of the pressure on this 134. Just when he thought maybe he had a little bit of space in this leg, Osborne.
58.
Find himself on
Dan,
the
you
receiving
require
end of a
81.
break.
Both players hitting a 180 in the leg.
Game shot on the
Dan
third
Reed
leg.
with a
Dan
clinical
Reed.
finish on 81 for a 14-dart break of throat.
Fourth leg, it's Dan to throw first. Game on.
That 14 darter there for Reed. It's a statement of intent. He's just upping the levels here after a slow start to this match.
85. $60.
Still do that in the snooker, don't they? The
54.
Championship League.
Yes. Colin, of course, defeated Phil Taylor in the final of that Championship League of Darts in 2009.
85.
Merv King in the semis, 6-1. The lineup for that
100.
Championship League week also included Jelle Klaasen, Adrian Lewis, James Wade, Wayne Mardle, Mark Walsh,
$85. $126.
played in it. Also, alongside Andy Jenkins in it, there was Adrian Lewis.
55. Dan, you require 136. $96. $100. Dan, you require 40.
Double 10 for 3-1 to back the break up with a hold.
20. Colin, you require 116.
Yeah, the Klaasen had a 9-darter in that, as did Phil Taylor.
$96. Dan, you
He
require
actually got
20.
that 9-darter against Colin Osborne.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
A 20
Dan
darter though
Reed.
there will do for Dan Reed because it puts him in front by 3 legs to 1 and a leg away from
Fifth
victory.
leg,
And
it's
this
Colin to
would
throw first. Game
really throw the proverbial cat amongst the pigeons here.
on.
Played in the same group as
125.
Colin in the 2008 Championship League of Darts. Lost 6-4. Oops.
140.
Lost 6-4 to Adrian Lewis as well. 5-5 with Jenks, as I already mentioned.
100.
Did beat Peter Manley then.
If you lost that one, you would never have been allowed to forget it.
No.
95.
Was he in the flamingo shirts then or the pink shirts?
Ooh.
125.
Flamingos by 2008.
$58. Colin, you require 151.
Well, Osborne's got 6 darts here from 151 to bring it back to 3-2.
55.
Not quite enough, is it? Another one of those.
96. Colin, you
Pile the
require
pressure on the
96.
96. This potentially a match-saving visit.
$64. Dan, you require 112.
For the match, for the win. So he's going to get 1 dart, a double 16
80.
for 112 to win it.
Colin, you require
Not far
32.
away, but Osborne will return for 32 for 3-2.
It was there or thereabouts, wasn't it?
Game shot on the
Colin.
5th leg. Colin
Doing
Osborne.
what Colin has been doing all day, taking his chances. But here is the
6th leg,
opportunity
it's
for
Dan to
Dan
throw
Reid
first.
with the honour.
And ultimately, he knew this was the
54.
leg. This is the one to attack. However, only a 54 start opens up the door for Colin Osborne.
$80. $140.
Well, right to the wrongs from the opening visit with the 140.
$42. $60.
Well, Colin needing a 2 big treble visit to get back in the leg.
135.
Right on cue.
The pressure transfers. He's dealing with it well.
100.
Just tending to follow each other in this leg. Visit for visit.
Can't leave a finish.
$85. Dan, you
As best as
require
he could do.
147.
6 darts at 147.
$57.
The 90. Dan Reid should get at least 1 dart at the ball.
76. Dan, you require 90.
The bullseye for the match, for the
65.
win, just the other side.
Colin, you require
We've got a massive double
83.
16, and now a dart for the match at the bullseye. Neither were a million miles away.
But the button doesn't go for
Dan, you
Osborne
require
even, so Dan Reid returns to
25.
25. It'll be his trademark 5 for double 10 for the match, for the win. And to seriously congest this Group A up. That is a big, big win, not just for Dan Reid, but for the rest of the field, as Colin Osborne succumbs to a 4-2 defeat to Dan the Man. You can see what that meant to him. An average of 83.1, 1 maximum apiece. And because of those 1 maximums apiece, we've passed 700 180s for this series so far. 2 from 6 on the doubles for Osborne, 4 from 13 for Dan Reid, a high checkout of 81, but the spoils are with Dan the Man. We're going to take a short break. Upon our return, it's Arron Monk against Gavin Carlin.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, where Dan Reid has just condemned Colin Osborne to just his second defeat here in Group A. It was a 4-2 victory for Dan Reid in that one. We've said that Colin has been there for the taking really in his last few matches, given that dip in his level. Nobody has been able to take advantage, but after a slow start to that last match, Dan Reid said thank you very much. An average in excess of 83 from Reid in that one, 4 out of 13 on his doubles. Colin Osborne just 33% on the outer ring for him in that one, an average of 82.5 for him in that one. And a reminder that Colin's final game of the day will be played against Nathan Girvin. Nathan, of course, looking to complete the perfect day here at the Super Series and make it 5 wins from 5. Nobody saw that coming, certainly after the way he performed yesterday, but he has really managed to turn things around. We can see what that does to the league table. That defeat for Colin Osborne, of course, means that he is still top of the table, but on 14 points, and those below him can close the gap now as we enter our final round of games for today. The first player with the opportunity to do that is Arron Monk. He's up next against Gavin Carlin, and he could close that gap, of course, to 2 points if he's to get the better of Gav in this one. It was Monk who got the better of Gavin Carlin in this fixture yesterday. Of course, Monk looking for his second win of the day. Gavin Carlin looking for his second win in the group. Carlin's performance levels not really reflected in the points that he's been able to amass so far. He has put in some really good performances, but as for Arron Monk, he certainly upped his level in that last match that he played, didn't he? Finally getting his first 2 points on day 2. Can he keep that pressure then on Colin Osborne at the top of the table and end his day with a second victory on day 2 in Group A? Let's find out and hand back over to Henry and Chris.
Thanks, Abby. Yeah, it's been a bit of a resurgence for Arron. Had a bit of a wobble mid-morning, but looks somewhere near back to his best last time out. 1-4-1 with an 88.06. The match before that lost 4-2 with a 94.4. Gavin lost 4-2 with an 83.84 to Nathan. The game before that went down 4-2 with an 82.
First leg, it's Arron to throw first. Game on.
Compilers have priced up, I agree with, 8-13 Monk, 6-5 Gavin Carlin.
And it's an interesting situation at play now in the table, because if Arron Monk can claim victory in this one, he'd be on 12 points. If Nathan Girvin can get the better of Colin Osborne, Osborne's down 14 points, Nathan Girvin will be on 12 points. And then if Jelle Klaasen can get the better of Dan Reid, you'd have Colin Osborne on 14 points, and then 3 players 2 points directly behind him. And my word, you have some race going into tomorrow.
Yeah, it has the potential to go exactly that way.
134.
The players with one more to play. It's the final cycle of games with Arron against Gavin, then Nathan against Colin, and then Dan against Jelle. Can Nathan make it 5 out of 5?
77. Arron, you require 164.
Absolutely no question. The level of play from Colin has dipped significantly
42.
over the last 3 matches. He's averaging about 81.5 for the last 3 games played. Nathan is
45. Arron, you require 122.
They play to type. There's only one winner.
63. 60. Arron, you require 59.
Monk should get 2 darts at tops. We'll get 2 darts at tops for the opening leg. Now along to double 10.
39.
Barring a
Gavin, you require 140.
special finish. Should be back. quite sure whether he was sort of
100. Arron, you require 20.
mid throw there, whether to go for the treble or two tops, and ended up in the middle of both.
Well, we've seen
Game
that
shot
from
on the first leg.
Gavin, haven't we,
Arron
today,
Monk.
where sometimes he's picking between two options on the combination, but usually he would step back in that scenario. But maybe just like the flow of things and
Second leg,
then
it's
got
Gavin to
caught in the
throw
middle as he
first.
released,
Game on.
possibly.
Yeah, you've got to make your mind up.
96.
If you actually look at the players put together, the most streamlined average from anyone is probably Gavin. He hasn't really deviated away from that 85.
96.
Yeah, correct.
$84. $59. $100.
Arron using the
60.
latest Nathan Aspinall dart.
$43.
Nice and seamless. Nathan Aspinall in action this evening. Playing Peter Wright.
100. $54.
Carlin first to finish on 124. Monk back on 186.
137. Gavin, you require
Now, this is going to have to go for
124.
Carlin, otherwise he could see his throw broken very shortly. Bullseye!
Game shot on
The
second
bullseye
leg.
it is for
Gavin
Carlin.
Carlin.
And Monk, who is left on 49,
Third
will
leg,
not
it's
get a
Arron to
go.
throw first.
And he had to do that to save throw.
Yeah, fancied. Arron on the
93.
49.
$84. $140. $134.
Follows up the treble 19 this time. You can just see from that angle that the darts do go off to
98.
the right slightly on entry to the board. Much straighter from
59.
Gavin
Arron, you
Carlin.
require 170. $83.
Covers the situation well. Down to a two-darter.
121.
pressure on it now,
Arron, you
though.
require 87.
Treble 17, 20 and ball.
The bullseye.
62.
He can't
Gavin,
do
you
what Gavin did in the
require
last leg.
103.
Well, that may well be a happy accident, because it can still go. The bullseye for a bizarre 103.
78. Arron, you
Would have been
require
back-to-back
25.
bullseye finishes.
Never thought he'd been heading there after the first start.
Game shot on the third leg. Arron Monk.
Arron Monk takes the lead 2-1 with a far more conventional single 9-8-8. Although Arron Monk and conventional finishing has not
Fourth
been
leg, it's Gavin
something
to
we've
throw
seen
first.
a lot of this week.
Game on.
Especially with the 105, ball 5 ball.
I take it you won't be adopting that tactic of the World Seniors.
Absolutely
59.
not. About Nathan did get revenge for that bull 5 ball today.
54.
And he did it with a bull finish himself, didn't he, on the 1-2-1?
100.
We love a bit of bully.
$99. 180.
First max of the match. I was about to say, feel like neither player found their rhythm as of yet. That could be the moment that just does it for Gav.
59.
Arron well out of this leg. But only 2 holds a throwaway.
130.
Moving on to 12 points. Mustard on the ball there as well. 30 leaves 32 after 12. Super leg of darts.
60.
The man from
Gavin,
Derry
you
or
require
the Derry
32.
man?
No score.
Well, it's 32. Got to hit a double in this game.
Gonna say, not a disaster, is it? We have Monk back on 229, but it's gonna be
Gavin,
under some pressure
32.
now. Level us up at 2 apiece. Double 4.
28.
That's now 6 missed
Arron,
for the
you
leg,
require
following a
92.
superb setup.
He hit the ball to leave the 32. Double 18. Oh, double top for
60.
double 16 was the plan.
Gavin, you require 4.
Double 2 for 2-2.
Game shot on the
Desmond.
4th leg. Gavin Carlin.
Oh, everything gone with throws so far.
5th leg, it's Arron to throw first.
Carlin around the 83, 84 average, which is where he's been
81.
all day.
Interestingly, since we had that spate of 4-3s at the
83.
start of the day, we haven't had one since game 4.
43.
And no one's been bageled.
That's because Greg's is closed.
87.
Only had one 4-0 yesterday. That was Nathan Girvin.
100.
Who's laughing now?
But when we looked at this group at the start of the week, we didn't really expect there to be much to separate them. And I know we had that little bit of a chasm in
85.
points one of the first day, but you feel towards the end of day 2, it's beginning to even itself out.
Yeah, for sure. The players that
140.
struggled yesterday have. It's a reversal of fortunes, isn't it? Especially with
58.
Nathan,
Arron, you
who's
require
currently
137.
ball from 4, doing exactly what Colin Osborne did yesterday. And at this point yesterday, in the penultimate match, which is up next, was
57.
Colin Osborne's first defeat of the day. Are we going to have some darting deja vu?
55. Arron, you require 80.
As a minimum, he should get 1 dart at tops. Well,
Game
why
shot
just
on
have
the
1
fifth
dart at
leg.
tops so you can
Arron
just go
Monk.
top to tops, Arron Monk?
Sixth leg, it's
You
Gavin
just
to throw
never know
first.
what's going to happen next
Game on.
when this man is at the hockey. Absolutely sublime from Arron Monk to lead 3-2.
58.
It's the way he plays.
134.
He's enigmatic, isn't he?
Don't know what it means, but I agree with you. I'll just look that one up.
57.
Another word I can't spell.
134.
I can already hear Kirk in the background trying to make a countdown word out of it.
180.
Second max.
Needed that as well. Keep him in the leg
57.
and maybe force the issue of Arron Monk.
He does have the insurance policy of having the darts in the decider, but this is brilliant from
140.
Gavin Carlin. Would have preferred to see the final dart go towards the treble 18 to leave 32.
136.
All
Gavin,
right.
you requires 66.
Now you find the red bit. Well, he's just shown you where this is. He's just popped 2 in there. You only have to pop 1.
And I'm sure there's a huge punch mark there.
26.
But he cannot find the double.
Arron,
And so
you
Monk
require
returns
40.
for that exact target. 4-4-2 win.
Beautiful guide.
Game, shot,
finds
and
it.
the match.
And
Arron
wins
Monk.
that leg in 14 darts. 1 missed at the double for Gavin to level things up. But it is Arron Monk who ends his day with a win. 86-88 the average. 4 140s, the 2 180s in the match. Both to Gavin Carlin. That's 703 in this series. Up next, it's a big one. Nathan Girvin faces Colin Osborne.
Welcome back to the Super Series, where Arron Monk has just rounded off his second day of action with a 4-2 victory over Gav Carlin. And it's looking more and more likely, isn't it, that Gav Carlin will be competing in Group C come Thursday and Friday. He's played well at times, pinned a superb 1-2-4 on the ball in that last match, but those good spells haven't lasted long enough during matches. As you can see, 2 180s for him in that one as well, but another 8 attempts missed at the outer ring. Arron has also been inconsistent today, but doing enough to grind out the results to go into tomorrow off the back of 2 successive victories, rounding off that match with an impressive 14 dart leg. And we can have a look at the league standings with 2 more matches to bring you on day 2. Arron Monk closing that gap on Colin Osborne at the top, possibly temporarily, but Nathan Girvan will certainly have a thing or two to say about that in our next match. And that's the one that we're going to focus on, because Nathan Girvan, if he is to get the 2 points, will also apply that pressure on the top on Colin Osborne. And given the two players' form coming into this one today, you'd have to say that Nathan Girvin is probably the favourite to get the 2 points in this one. It was Colin Osborne, of course, who won when they met yesterday, but Osborne's level has dipped slightly in his last 3 matches. You'd have to make Nathan the favourite, given how he's performed over the course of today. He's had some superb checkouts, including this 1-2-1 finish on the bull to get the better of Arron Monk. He started the day rock bottom on 2 points, but he could end his second day on 12, which would be a superb return given how much he left himself to do after yesterday's performances. So then, our penultimate game of day 2 here at the Super Series. Let's tuck into it with Chris and Henry.
Thank you, Abby. And the bookies have reacted. Nathan Girvin is now the 8-13 favourite. 6-5, Colin Osborne. And before a dart was thrown this morning, those odds were pretty much the other way around.
Nathan Girvin, at one point, you could have got 16-1 for him to win Group A. Well, that 16-1 will be very short come the beginning of tomorrow morning. I think it's Colin Osborne here in a pivotal match. If Osborne can win this, he will go into tomorrow's session 4 points clear at the top of the table. That is a huge lead overnight going into the final day. However, a victory for Nathan Girvin, twinned with a win for Jelle Klaasen against Dan Reed, will see the top 4 players in this group separated by a mere 2 points.
First leg, it's
There's
Nathan
a big
to throw first.
few minutes coming
Game
up
on.
as moving day sees the final moves made.
Nathan went to get on the train at Sheffield, and the train was absolutely
92.
jam-packed, and ended up getting another train down to Derby, and got a lift with Colin Osborne to Portsmouth. This is quite interesting.
137.
I'm sure Kurt could tell us what service that was.
59. $100. 57.
3 low ones tight at the start of this match. Going 4 out of 4, of course, comes with its own pressure because, and it's all self-inflicted pressure.
58.
Because the weight of expectation suddenly shifts from there being none whatsoever to then it being on you to go and produce.
Exactly.
100. 100.
Oh, it's Colin first down to a finish. Needs another treble, ideally.
85.
Well,
Colin, you
down to
require
108.
106.
First dibs go to the wizard.
This would be pretty much your textbook 15 if this 106 goes.
53. Nathan, you
Well,
require
this is
108.
All within the range of Nathan today. And a few ton plus outs. Going to need the treble. Oh, a change of tack. 51 for double 19. 17, isn't it? The shot.
42. Colin, you require 53.
So this for an opening leg break for Colin Osborne. Tops.
Game shot on the first
There it is
leg.
for the
Colin
Wizards.
Osborne.
And you get the sense as well that it's a must-win for Nathan, but he's also got opportunity to bridge the gap in the
Second leg,
legs
it's Colin
difference.
to
As
throw
currently,
first.
before play got underway
Game on.
here, there was 13 legs between them on the legs difference. Plus 12 Osborne, -1 for Girvan. And at the minute, it's that legs difference, which is effectively a bonus
60.
point for the Wizard.
Worryingly for Nathan, that's 5-0 against Colin. He did lose 4-0 yesterday.
42.
So far in this game, he's playing like he played yesterday.
$55.
They played earlier in the year in Series 1, Week 9, Group B, 1 win apiece. Also played a fair few times
140.
on the Challenge Tour over the last year or so. Colin winning
57.
their first 3 meetings, 5-2, 5-0, 5-1. Their last meeting in Leicester, Nathan was a winner 5-4. That tells me you don't particularly like playing him very much.
68.
Maybe the pace or the lack of it.
One of those cases of I have your number, son.
134.
And we all have those, well, like I say we, I mean, everyone I ever played has a good record against me, but in your career you must have had players who are similar and around
Nathan
your level, but
88.
either you had a good record against them or you just couldn't find a way of getting the better of them.
Yeah,
Game shot on the
Phil
second
Taylor
leg.
bloke
Nathan Girvin.
kept beating me all the time. I don't understand it.
It's quite good, he is.
Yeah, apparently.
Third
Oh, a
leg, it's
couple of
Nathan to
things.
throw first. Game on.
Yeah, only 3 wins in the best part of nearly 20 years.
140.
He was savage. Even
93.
in practice, he was just ruthless.
91.
And never left a stone unturned. Without doubt, the hardest working player in the
96.
game. Hence the success.
Fail to prepare, yet
140.
prepare to fail.
All the P's.
$140. Nathan, you require 130.
Yeah, no need to stay up there.
98.
Colin back on 172. Are we going to get our first hold?
Well, he's double 16 after 12, and these two have just dragged each other up here the last leg and a half or so. 95 and 94 the averages now. Girvan returning
32.
then for double 16 for 13 data for the hold
Game
for
shot on the
2-1
third
lead.
leg. Nathan Girvan.
And another gear, hasn't he? 14 darter, followed by a 13.
Fourth leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
Halfway towards a perfect day.
Well, that double 16 equates to his 1
100.
dart average. 32 per dart, 96 the average.
$92.
How do you think Colin's going to assess his day?
100.
Oh, he's still going to be top going in to tomorrow, so that's job done. Yes, he could possibly
140.
have carved out a little bit of a bigger lead at the top of the table, but had a 4-3 win over Jelle.
60.
4-1 win over Arron. 4-2 win over Gavin. Yeah, I don't think he's gonna have
59.
too much to complain about, do you?
He's a man at the top of the table, and that's where you want to be.
Yeah, he's won that 3 out of 4 after winning 4 out of 5.
60.
One thing's for sure, I don't think he's got any worries of not being in the top 3 come this time tomorrow.
140.
Obvious main ambition will be to win this Group A and then have a couple of days off, but as we've seen many times before, that can be a bit of a curse.
85.
Recently as last
Nathan
week.
requires 70.
And so double 8 for Girvin for the break and for 3-1.
62.
Bent the wire.
Colin, you require 96.
Oh, this would sting.
Tops.
56.
Good effort.
Nathan, you require 8. Six.
And that one goes just above the wire. And that's a big opportunity missed
Colin, you
there
require
for Nathan
40.
Girvin. And so Osborne now tots for 2-2.
Well, he'd not missed a double up to that point. He's had 5 darts for 3-1 and would be throwing for 4-1. As it is, he's going to find himself at 2-2 and getting embroiled.
Game shot on the 4th leg. Colin Osborne.
Level we are at 2 apiece. Nathan Girvin had his opportunity to open up a 2-leg buffer. That comes and goes. And he would have had the opportunity here to
5th leg.
throw for the match. But
Game
as
on.
we have it, we are level once again.
And this is all about managing his emotions now.
56.
He just overthought the situation.
95.
And of course, in the grand scheme of
56.
things, would have put him a step closer to making it 5 out of 5 and right in the mix for tomorrow.
$11.
Not the kind of 11 you want in darts.
$100.
And he gets punished. And up until that point, it was a leg that was up in the offing, but Nathan Girvin has
55.
wrestled it in his favour.
$58.
To take a bit of a deep breath and go again.
Just beginning to see that first dart go below at a couple of visits now as well.
Yeah, I did have we had a little chat after his match with
105.
Gavin Carlin, and I said, just watch out for that first one. If you feel like you're going to pull, just and marginally over pitch slightly. So if you do pull, you know, you'll probably pull into it.
177.
Blocker. That's
Nathan,
a
you
lovely
require
shot from Colin.
126.
How quickly this game can turn around. Oh, what have you done there? Why on earth are you chasing the treble?
And so Osborne, who's carved the opportunity out with a 177 and the
94.
visit before 125.
Colin, you require
Make it
38.
3-2. He's going to go straight for the double 19.
19.
Wow. I did not expect that.
Nathan, you require 32.
To dodge a bullet.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
And the release of emotion from Nathan Girvin as he goes 3-2 up. He missed the opportunity to go on the hill in the previous leg. He doesn't miss this one by. But Colin Osborne himself has had a couple of doubles to go in a leg. And just look at the facial reactions from Girvin.
He knows how big that was. He left his lines in the
140.
previous leg just to allow this one to be close.
$81.
Speaking to Neil Duff a couple of weeks ago, and you're saying in this format you have a lot of emotions up and down.
45.
If you're going to release them at the right time. Do not expunge that energy because you need it in this format more than any other.
57.
Yeah, well, you know, as a dart player, you used to just knock out darts, and a lot of that is trying to go again when you're on the end of a defeat, especially
95.
if it's one that you should have won, and it is tough.
96.
Now Osborne has 6 on 2-2-1 to take us to a deciding leg.
What a recovery dart that was.
125.
Nathan would have watched the 5 go in and thought, hello.
97. Colin, you require 96.
He's himself on the fish.
I don't think we'll see a double-double here if he doesn't hit the treble.
Because he only needs the one double.
78.
Well, this would be some
Nathan,
way to
you
end your
require
day and win the match.
170.
The fish doesn't go, and so Osborne returns for double 9 to
60.
take
Colin,
us
you
to a last
require
leg
18.
decider.
Game shot on the 6th leg. Colin Osborne.
Well, it goes to a decider. Nathan does have the darts.
7th and
All about
final
this
leg. It's
opening
Nathan to
visit.
throw first. Game on.
And when you look at the pattern of play in this game, it's not a surprise that we're going the distance.
41.
Hardly been able to prize them apart on the averages. 85, that's just dipped to an 84 one in that visit, but it's 85 and 86. 3 from 10, 3 from 11 on the doubles. But this is a big opening gambit from Osborne.
Colin must be a spotter's nightmare. He has this habit that he looks down before looking back up at the target. Almost sort of resets the eyes. Have a look. Watch on this second dart. See, he looks down and then looks back up.
140.
Strong leg.
Putting out the punches when he's needed
92.
to. And to really stamp his authority on the group.
Yeah. Can go all the way back to
100.
leg 4, and he had 5 darts at a double to lead 3-1. Can he squeeze?
100.
Force
Colin,
it
you
in. The
require
140 with a left 170.
136.
So 6 darts on 136 for Colin Osborne to get the job done and to put himself in a commanding position in the group at the end of play, to put himself 4 points in front at the top. He couldn't find the second treble there.
96.
But he will return for tops after 12.
Yep. All in all, a good day for both players. Both players will end the day winning 4 from 5.
46. Colin, you require 40.
tops for a 4-3 win to put himself 4 points clear at the top of the group.
No score.
But Girvin gets a chance on the 164.
Nathan, you require 164.
2 treble 19s. There's one. Oh.
$85. Colin, you require 40.
And so Osborne gets another go at tops
Game,
to assert his authority as the man on top of Group A. He will finish day 2, 4 points clear of the rest of the pack, 6 points clear of Nathan Girvin in 3rd place. He does it with a 4-3 win, an 87.6 average, 4 from 15 on the doubles. Nathan Girvin, 3 from 10. He was the man who made the march on Tuesday here at the Super Series, but he couldn't complete the perfect day. So he will finish on 10 points. Osborne will finish on 16. What can Jelle Klaasen do? He can move to within 4 of Osborne at the top of the table if he can get the better of Dan Reed in our final game of the day.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where Colin Osborne has just come through in a last leg decider to get the better of Nathan Girvin. A really compelling game of darts, that one, to end their day's play. Both producing some solid levels in that one. Colin Osborne an average in excess of 87 in that one, despite immense pressure that they were both under. A really good standard of darts from both players in that one. It looked at times like Nathan had Colin on the ropes, but when he really needed to, when he really was pushed to the limit, Osborne raised his level, getting over the line in 16 darts in that one. Nathan noticeably disappointed as he left the stage after that one. He'll know how good a chance he had to make it 5 from 5, 3 out of 10 on the outer ring, and those missed darts at double will certainly haunt him for the rest of the afternoon. But it's still 4 wins from 5 from Nathan Girvin today, and we can see that that leaves him 3rd in the table as things stand, with one more match to be played, and I'm sure that if he'd been offered that at the start of today's play, he would have most definitely taken it. So our last game of day 2 then, it is Dan Reed up against Jelle Klaasen, and it was Jelle who was the 4-2 winner when these two met yesterday. But I think it's fair to say that we've seen a very different Dan Reed up on that stage so far today. Dan, of course, missing 20 darts at double in this particular fixture yesterday, but he has been more clinical on the outer ring so far in today's play. And I think a lot of focus has been on Nathan Girvin, rightly so. But I think as a result, Dan Reid's improved performances have perhaps gone under the radar so far today. He, of course, had a superb win over Osborne in his last match. As for Jelle, he's, of course, looking for his second victory of today's session. He reeled in the big fish in his opening match. He has taken out a 1-11 finish today as well. But aside from that, not many moments of brilliance from the Cobra. Can he produce any in our final game of the day? Then let's hand back over to our commentary team to find out.
Thanks, Abby. Yeah, it's very much like Nathan Girvin. Dan Reid's had a much better day with a 4-3 win over Gavin Carlin in our opening match, taking out a 1-2-4 ball finish to do it 4-3. Went down 4-2 to Nathan. Bounced back well with a 4-2 win over Arron Monk. And then last time out, a 4-2 win over Colin Osborne. Klaasen. He went down 4-3 to Colin Osborne, match number 2. Then had a 4-3 win over Gavin Carlin, averaging 90.51. Then went down 4-1 to an inspired Nathan Girvin, who averaged 105.39.
First leg, it's Dan to throw first.
A bit of a
Game
win
on.
Against Arron Monk, 4-1 with an 83.67.
Our final game of the day. And would you,
24.
when you look at what we've seen, close matches, good averages, was kind of what we expected from this crop.
Yeah.
85.
I think most players struggled to sort of get into the swing of it yesterday, but we have seen that before. But today, collectively,
100.
they've been superb. Pretty sure we'll have a higher
44.
running average than we did yesterday for today. As a group yesterday,
140.
The mid-80s.
57.
What was it, Henry? 85 something?
85.78.
95.
I think that'll be a lot better today.
96. Dan, you require
Jelle
142.
Klaasen's had the highest outshot on both days so far. 158 yesterday, and of course the big fish today, which cannot be trumped.
Nope. Unless you have a fourth dart, or he's playing on a quadro board.
70. 99. Dan, you require
72 for the opening leg for Dan Reid. Double 12.
48.
Two
Jelle, you
well-thrown
require
darts, but
120.
didn't find its intended target. And so Shanghai for Klaasen. Tops. That would have
100.
been a real steal.
Dan, you
Yeah,
require
Dan Reid,
24.
punished. I think he thought that was in. That
Game
is.
shot on the first leg. Dan
Hold a
Reid.
throw for Dan. He was the 8-11 favourite for this one. Even money about Jelle.
Second leg, it's
You
Jelle
say
to
about
throw
fair.
first.
Where they played today.
Yep. Yeah, hard to disagree with that one.
65.
Neither of us really liked the last one, did we? We both agreed it was a bit of a coin flip.
125.
Proved to be right going all the way. Only thing we probably would have agreed on in that last one
60.
was over 5.5 legs.
Been the story of the day. We haven't had a 4-0, and we've only had 3
60.
4-1s. So by and large, we've been going to the so-called championship rounds in
Yeah.
matches.
Just the one break of throw
46.
per game.
$45.
You get the sense the big battle tomorrow is going to be over that Group B spot.
Yeah, Colin's just 2 wins away really from securing top spot.
60.
Mathematically, there's many permutations, but yeah, 20 points is usually what the winner ends up with at Group
126.
A. The big battle is securing that second and third position to avoid coming back for the
140.
morning
Daniel
session.
required
All
145.
5 and 6 are back for the morning session Thursday and Friday. Positions 2 and 3 play in the Thursday and
105.
Friday night
Yellow, you require
5-player field,
130.
and the top 3 progress from that to join the winner of Group A and the top 2 of Group C.
75. Daniel required 40.
But looking at that Group B on Thursday
Game
and
shot
Friday
on the
night,
second
I'm not
leg.
really
Dan
sure I'd
Reed.
want to be in there either. My old sparring partners in
Third leg,
Darrell
it's
and
Dan to throw
Conan.
first. $58.
Yeah, real nice moment, not just for Conan, but for his family as well.
54.
Yeah, they've had a torrid time with the premature birth of their baby girl.
140.
I think a few months ago he was thinking about
95.
packing it in.
Yep.
121.
The 19 there at least would have left the 170.
137.
Bends the wire.
140.
Into 42 after 12.
139. Daniel
Klaasen
required
down to 76
42.
himself.
Double 16.
Game
And it
shot
has
on the
been a
third
real
leg.
authoritative
Dan
performance from
Reed.
Dan Reed so far. Jelle Klaasen really has kind of been chasing since the very first dart.
Yeah, he's only had one dart at a double, and that was on the
Fourth leg,
back
it's
of
Jelle
a
to throw
120
first.
opportunity that Dan Reed gifted him after missing 2 darts at
134.
double 12.
$100. $140.
Saying that, this is much better from Jelle.
1-3-4 cover on the 19s in the opening
60.
visit, backed up with a 140. Again, Dan Reed won't be too concerned. He has the honour in the next one.
60.
He's himself on a finish after 9. All Dan Reed can do is apply pressure. This is a leg with
140.
Jelle's
Jelle
darts.
required 167.
Stay upstairs, didn't have to chase the finish, and so
135.
we'll set it up to leave 32 after 12.
$100. Jelle, you require 32. Game shot on the fourth
Super
leg.
leg.
Jelle Klaasen.
13 darter from Jelle.
Fifth leg,
Yeah,
it's Dan to throw first.
Nathan will be pleased to know he won't be getting a ready meal now on Christmas Day. We'll be getting the full bananas.
180.
Dan Reed gives it the full bananas.
93.
So he's not going to have the Matthew Edgar-esque pot noodle Christmas dinner.
No. Don't have pot noodles in my house, mate.
95.
Although I have spotted them at
180.
Staff house.
$55.
Need to share out the portions, Chef Mace.
We'll be doing
58.
I do a lasagna this week, actually.
Oh.
Lasagna with a bit of garlic bread. I've just spotted a big enough
41. Jelle, you require
tin in the house
170.
that I could make a nice big lasagna.
Tell me what time it's being served and I'll be round.
121. Don't you require 130?
You bring the wine, I'll do the lasagna.
105. Yelle, you
I'll make that a
require
plan.
49.
That's the ball there for the match. Ooh.
33. Dan, you require 25.
So 5 double 10 will be the MO for Dan Reid to complete victory in the final game of the day.
No
But he's
score.
bust it. He's gone the other side into the
Yelle,
double
you require
15.
16. Game
And so
shot, the
Klaasen
fifth
returns to the
leg.
breaker
Jelle
throw in for
Klaasen.
3-2.
Sixth leg, it's
16
Jelle
dart
to
to that
throw
for
first.
Klaasen. A breaker throw.
81.
How will Dan Reid respond here?
$59.
A reminder, if you are tuning in to us via the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, don't forget to
60.
subscribe, where on top of the live coverage, you can tune into highlights, including the game of the day. We'll have other bonus behind-the-scenes content for you. We have session
60.
previews, reviews, everything like that. It's MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. Do give us a subscribe. And, of course, on our social media feeds,
95.
it is at MSS Darts. You can watch us whenever you like, wherever you like.
81.
Oh, this is an excellent setup for Klaasen.
133.
He is turning this game around. And we look set
84.
to
Yelle, you require 132.
go the distance in our final game of the day. It didn't look likely a few moments ago.
160.
But Jelle Klaasen has found something at the perfect time.
$93. Yelle, you require 16. 8. Dan,
But
you
he couldn't
require
convert the free darts at
124.
double 8. And so Dan Reid returns for 1-2-4. Secure the win. Treble 18. The bullseye for the match. For the win
99.
for Dan Reid.
Yelle, you require
And he is a
8.
whisker of a wire away.
Game shot on the sixth leg.
But Jelle
Jelle
Klaasen takes full
Klaasen.
advantage. And we go to the 7th and deciding leg in our final match of the day. It's going to be our
Seventh and
final leg of the
It's Dan
day.
to throw first. Game on.
And it's Dan Reid with the darts.
$59.
And only a 59 start for Dan Reid, who was in the box seat in this match.
44.
Had a dart at double 10 to win 4-1. He strayed the other side into the double 15, and ever since it's been all about Jelle Klaasen.
125.
Who has just found a way to turn the screw.
$140. $125.
That would have been for back-to-back 180s in the deciding leg. He's first to finish Klaasen, but Dan Reid is going to leave this handy.
99. Yelle, you require 152.
So 152 to win in style and to complete a superb comeback win. Double 16 for Jelle Klaasen.
Jelle Klaasen.
What a comeback from Jelle Klaasen. What a way to finish it off. He won his first leg of the day with a 170. He wins his last with a 152 and a 12 darter to beat Dan Reid by 4 legs to 3 with an average of 92.37. 2 maximums in that match, including one in that deciding leg. Dan Reid did have a dart to win the game 4-1, but ever since it was all about Jelle Klaasen, who completes the win by 4 legs to 3, and it makes things very interesting going into tomorrow's final day of action here in Group A. And to reflect on everything that we've seen over the past 15 matches, Chris Mason's hot-footed his way up to the balcony to join Abigail Davies.
Yeah, thank you very much, Henry. Chris, when Jelle needs to, he manages to pull something out, doesn't he? That 152 to go with the 158, the 170, the 111 was crucial for him as well. Some sublime finishing. Yeah,
as you say, he just seems to be able to find a way. That was one that's got away there from Dan Reed. I feel like he should have won that one a couple of times. And ironically, the first game of the day was won on a 1-2-4 finish from Dan Reed, and he just wired the ball to get the win there. But a good day for everybody, excluding Gavin Carlin, but maybe Wednesday's going to be his day.
Yeah, and also Jelle Klaasen doing to Dan Reed what Dan Reed did to Gav Carlin in the final day there, just turning the screw midway through that match. A word on Nathan Girvin, though, because the psychology of this game is incredible, isn't it? If you'd given him 4 wins out of 5 before a dart had been thrown today, he would have taken it. But leaving that stage after that defeat to Colin Osborne, he was not a happy chappy.
Yeah, well, he had 5 darts in leg 4 to lead 3-1, and then it's just you just got a different mentality, and it was a case of Colin just sticking in there. But he didn't play well against him yesterday, and it could be a pace issue. You know, they say in boxing, styles make fights. Well, certainly the rhythm and the tempo of a dart player can affect how you play, and that's something that, listen, he's still a baby in darting terms, so that's something he'll have to address in time, because, you know, there's plenty of players. Colin's not particularly slow, but it's not very pacey. And, you know, you just got to learn to play players like that.
Yeah, and it's something we forget his age because of the mentality and the maturity that he shows. But we'll take a little look at the league table with 15 games left to play in Group A. And it is Colin Osborne, of course, who leads the way. There's that 4-point gap between him and the players in second and third at the moment. A phenomenal leg difference as well for him. Do you see anyone catching him on the final day in Group A?
Well, mathematically, obviously, it's possible, but I think if he picks up 2 wins early tomorrow, then he's pretty much done and dusted on 20 points. That's usually sort of the guide we look at, isn't it? 20 points to win this. And then it's all to play for in terms of finishing second and third. Remember, second and third go into the 5-player field on a Thursday and Friday night, where 3 qualify. 4, 5 and 6 back for the red eye Thursday and Friday morning, and only 2 from 6 get through in that. So plenty to play for, but looking at that Group B, I'm not sure I'd want to be in there.
Yeah, most definitely. But it is, as you said, all to play for in that one. But you do feel maybe Gav Carlin is starting to look at a Group C campaign for Thursday and Friday. But it does promise to be an intriguing day of action. Our final day of action in Group A gets underway from 9:30 tomorrow morning. And we look forward to seeing you then.
Brought to you in association with Bet365, Betfair, Betfred, Coral, Ladbrokes, Paddy Power, Unibet and William Hill.